Sunanda pesh bahasa ana la nakai sokaki do hada sok tizigi kadata nejeda honasi nakahaz adoli.
Good morning, Vice Chair.
Yes. Good morning.
Morning, Vice Chair. This is Melinda. I just got on the call, sir.
Okay, might as well introduce yourself.
Good morning. Thank you, Vice Chair Walker. My name is Melinda Arvizo Siaco, Legislative Staff Assistant for the Office of the Speaker. I just wanted to mention that we're on the call. Tana Jenny Shlong ki ani bashish chain dot Twitter ini dash shade out dash chini dash another. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that introduction. Other delegates that are visiting us this morning on this call, introductions. If not, then we can proceed to the presenters. Department of Resource Enforcement, the staff there, if you can introduce yourselves. You might have to unmute yourselves. *6.
Vice Chair, members of the committee, this is Shami. Just letting you know that on February 24, 2021, during our regular meeting, we had Department of Resource Enforcement on the agenda to provide us a report. They provided their report, however, it exceeded the 20 minutes time limit, and there was still a lot of matters to be discussed, and thereby the committee asked that a separate leadership meeting be held. And that meeting is scheduled for today. I also want to let you know that I did extend an invitation to Navajo Nation Forestry Department, Mr. Alex Vicente, as well as the Navajo Nation Parks and Recreation and EPA as well, because they have resource enforcement officers that may want to comment on how their citations and how the judicial proceeding processes their citations, and whether if they also encounter problems in that area. So that is the reason why this leadership meeting has been scheduled. The other thing is that I just sent you copies of their PowerPoint that they will be presenting. And so you should be in receipt of those PowerPoints as well, Mr. Chair. And I also like to apologize for the problems I had in setting up the Zoom meeting this morning, and I'm sure we'll work through that, Mr. Chair, members of the committee.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Begay, for letting us know what we can expect, and also kind of bringing us up to speed, up to date on, I guess, the next steps, the next expectation as far as these matters that are on the agenda is concerned. So let's take care of the introductions. Navajo Nation Department of Begin. If you can all introduce yourselves.
Good morning. Can you hear us? This is Resource Enforcement.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Good morning. This is Hope Wilson from Department of Resource Enforcement. I'm the Natural Resource Enforcement Manager here, and I have my staff, and they'll be introducing themselves.
Good morning. My name is Samuel Jr. I'm a sergeant with the Navajo Nation Rangers.
Good morning, my name is Daryl Billy. I'm a Ranger Sergeant for the Eastern District.
Good morning. My name is Elmer Phillips. I'm the Western Sergeant.
Good morning, Lorenzo Lapai, Field Ranger, Soldier Section, Reservation.
Good morning, Brandon Cote, Central Ranger.
And that's who we have in the room. I don't know if any other rangers are available via teleconference out there. If you are, please introduce yourself.
Okay, thank you for the introductions. If there are no other staff or from resource enforcement, we'll move to the next invited group of invited guests. Department of Parks and Recreation staff is Martin Begay on the call and staff. So introductions. You might have to unmute yourself, *6. Navajo Nation Forestry Department staff. Introduction.
Hey, Ben and Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Alex Pacenti. I'm the department manager for the Navajo Forestry Department. At this point in time, I am the only member from the department on staff or on the call. I've got my law enforcement folks currently busy making permit runs and issuing permits. So I'm the only one here.
Okay, thank you for joining. Yes, thank you for the introductions and thank you for joining us this morning. Next is Navajo Nation EPA, Environmental Protection Agency staff introductions.
Good morning, Shinat Ani. This is Valinda Shirley with Navajo EPA. Give me a few moments while I figure out what's keeping our enforcement department. They may be preoccupied with something, so give me a moment and I'll be sure that they're on the line. Thank you.
Okay. We may come back to that. The EPA introductions. Moving along, any other that would like to introduce themselves, departments, programs? Any other visiting officials, Office of the President, Vice President? Okay, coming back around to other visiting officials, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, anyone that has joined us on this call, Shinanda, colleagues, introductions. Adot Abehat, *6. muting and unmuting. Ay, ito. Badahoy la sa dat. Sila today insta. They did just say Herman Daniels. I want to say yes. I guess he was not. He was muted. Okay, so back to EPA, Ms. Shirley.
Chair, I do have Sergeant Harvey. He is here, and he was kind of having a little bit of a problem getting on the call. Let me see if I can get him to introduce himself right now.
They didn't want me to participate.
Hold on. Okay, hold on. All right. Here's Sergeant Harvey.
Good morning, this is Anderson Harvey.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, they have been. I'm going to jump in real quick. My name is Randall Jim. I am the Ranger Sergeant assigned to the Department of Ag, and he's assigned to Olivia Santa.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Jim. Though EPA, we could barely hear you. I don't know if you introduced yourself, but I could barely hear you.
Shanat Ani, my apologies. I do have Sergeant on the line. Go ahead.
Okay, this is Anderson Harvey with Navajo EPA Criminal Enforcement Department.
So Shanat Ani, we're here on the line.
Okay, are you done with your introductions?
I believe we are, Shanat Ani. Thank you.
Okay, Hakushin. Chotela, thank you for the introductions. Are there any other visiting officials from programs, departments? Again, Office of the President, Vice President. We allow you time to provide introductions. If not, we can proceed to begin our leadership meeting here this morning. Purpose of the meeting, as our advisor, Ms. Begay, explained, to continue discussion, continue from a previous discussion. So with the Department of Resource Enforcement, concerning resource enforcement, jurisdictions, unmet needs, the funding issues and other related issues and matters. Invited our Forestry Department, EPA, and Parks and Recreation Departments personnel. So we had the introductions, and then if you have a copy of our agenda, looking at it, there are 3 areas. First, Department of Resource Enforcement, presenter is the Department Director, Hope Wilson. Moving after that, Parks Enforcement Officer, Mr. Martin Begay, the Department Director. After that, the Department of Fish and Wildlife Enforcement Officer, Ms. Gloria Tom, Director. Recommendation and follow-up meetings, and then closing of our meeting and adjournment. Under Department of Resource Enforcement, there's these bullet points, or a number of them. RGC members and staff and guests, presenters, out of the listening audience. So what Ms. Hope Wilson, can you begin the continuation of a presentation from last time to now? I guess you can recap what we discussed at our last leadership meeting. It'll kind of bring us up to speed and begin talking about these listed items here. So you have the floor, Ms. Wilson. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Walker, members of the committee, and those also departments who are participating as well. First of all, I guess my first question is, do I have a time limit on my presentation?
Okay, I will ask our advisor for some guidance there. Mr. Begay. How much time do we have to work with here in this leadership meeting?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, as I stated before, that during our leadership meeting, we have usually scheduled this meeting to discuss one specific item. So it would be up to the presenter. Just be cognizant that you already had 20 plus minutes from the last meeting to conduct your presentation. So be mindful of how long you do your presentation today. Mr. Chair, members of the committee.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Begay. So, Ms. Wilson, I guess this gauging timing, mainly it's kind of like in your hands there, as far as how much time you spend on these items. There are more than a dozen items. So we'll give you the floor, and if we need to adjust the time, we'll let you know. I guess we can do that from our end. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. We did send over a PowerPoint presentation to Ms. Shami Begay, and she did forward that out. And also attached to that email is 3 legal opinions regarding ranger authority. One is from the Department of Justice. One is from Mr. Robert Allen, who is the attorney here at Natural Resources, and one was from Roger Shirley, who is the prosecutor, and that's there. That will come up further down in our reading. But let me go ahead and start with our PowerPoint. We have a table of contents, and what we're going to go over is projects, unmet needs, budget estimate, personnel and equipment, need, concerns, challenges, statistics, administrative issues, personnel, building, enforcement issues is ranger authority, SLEC, illegal burials, home site leases, livestock trespass, right-of-way fences, cattle guards, animal damage, grazing and land use permits, no land use or grazing permits, prosecution, and grazing officials training and request for services. Regarding projects, the Department of Resource Enforcement is working with Department of Agriculture in terms of overseeing the DNR complex facility, which is over in Sabanito, which was formerly the Double D Veterinary Complex. And when the complex was purchased there was never a feasibility study completed or an assessment done on the existing structures that were there, the infrastructure, water, sewer, and things of that nature. So as we were looking at that as a department, we would like to install a hay barn, install some new holding pens and those kind of things. However, the drainage in that area is an issue because it was like a canyon, and then basically the previous owner just went and put concrete, leftover construction debris and stuff of that nature and covered it with dirt. So he kind of backfilled the area, and now as winter and rainfall happen, the drainage system is uncovering all of that debris that was there. So, and then as time has gone along, that we've had to have several repairs on the well system there. It's not a reliable system. So we're having continued improvements, and right now the water line is full of debris, sediment that's in there. And so what we need to do is an overall feasibility study as to the drainage system, the water system, and the sewer system, because I believe the vet clinic did some kind of repair jobs on the sewer system. However, it still isn't able to function at the capacity of the buildings that are there. And we need to have a continuous water system because to water the livestock that are holding there at that facility, and also regarding the veterinary clinic, they need to have clean water to have their operations and to continue to operate there. So we have several things that are going on there at the with the water system and the Double D complex. We started kind of making improvements there. We had some concrete that was brought in and stuff. However, the major setbacks that happened to us was that RDC did approve some money and increase the livestock custody fund to accommodate for some of these repairs and upgrades. However, when we were going through the 164 process, Business Regulatory wanted NECA to come in and bid on the water line project. We had worked with the previous company, Jaramillo's, who services the well now. And we talked to them about initially mapping out the water system at the complex. However, they said that they referred to the system as a spaghetti system. They said they don't know where any of the lines go. There's no map as to exactly what water system feeds the holding pens, what water system feeds the vet clinic, what water system feeds the trailers that are there on site. So they said that you're probably going to spend more money trying to figure out where everything goes versus just installing a new water line and abandoning the old one. So we looked at working forward and accomplishing that. However, when Business Regulatory came in and wanted NECA to bid on the project, we contacted NECA, and they were scheduled out on other projects, and finally they were able to come in, looked at the system, and they told us they don't want to bid anything on it. So they provided us documentation. We provided that to Business Regulatory. However, by the time it went from Business Regulatory to OPVP, we lost the funding because the fiscal year ended, so we were unable to proceed with having the water line replaced because the funds were never encumbered.
Excuse me, Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
There's a question on the quality of the written material. I thought it was just me looking at the documents, the PowerPoint. The background seems to appear to have a lot of dots, thereby it's like looking at the pages are blurry. I thought it was just me, but there's another committee member that's asking, is there better readable material that's available?
I sent Ms. Spigay the original document in Publisher. Maybe there's a conversion error that's not happening.
Okay, and then the first page, that document appears to be cut off also. Therefore, it's not in its entirety. Ms. Spigay? Supervisor.
Is it regarding the PowerPoint or the legal
PowerPoint, yes.
opinion?
The PowerPoint.
I don't know, Vice Chair, we sent you the original document, so I'm not sure where it's cutting it off at. Because on our printouts, it prints out fine.
Mr. Vice Chair, I'm going to resend it again and see what happens, because on my part, the documents are all there. The pages are all there. But let me see if I can resend that to you again.
Okay. That's Shane. Okay, proceed, Ms. Wilson, with your report.
And that's just basically the Double D complex. And moving on with other projects, we have removal of condemned buildings. Resource Enforcement has the Double D complex up here with Department of Agriculture, and we also have the facility at Chinle. And there are condemned, there's an old office trailer over at the Chinle area, along with an old box car and some chemicals, could be oil, we're not sure. We're working with Sergeant Anderson Harvey at EPA to see exactly what is in those containers of the 55-gallon drums. So we want to have those areas completely cleaned out. We are trying to work with property on that, along with an old residential trailer that was occupied over at Black Hat with a previous renter in regards to the previous owner. So that building is just there. So we want to have like the propane tanks and all that kind of stuff removed. We're trying to work with property. We've been trying to work with them, I think, for over a year now in terms of having those items inventoried and removed. However, they, due to COVID-19 and everything, I'm not sure if they're even coming out to do this kind of stuff, but we've made that request to them to have this property moved, because in Chinle, we want to construct a holding facility there for livestock. So if our Western District seizes livestock, they would bring it into Chinle, drop it at the location, and then we can have someone, our property officer from here in Window Rock, go and pick up the livestock and bring it all the way here to the holding facility in San Benito. So we're looking at those kind of plans, and we even talked about having the Chinle office reopened again, pursuing having another building put there and stuff, so that the public has a place to go, because right now they have to come all the way to Window Rock to conduct business. That way, if that office is open, at least there'll be somebody out there where who interact with the community there. But that's what we're looking at over in Chinle right now, and also in Black Cat. And DRE, we don't have the funding to have these condemned buildings removed. So that's why we were relying on property to help us with that. And next project we were working on was assisting Monument Valley Tribal Park. We were working with the park manager there, Ms. Adeline Tahani, to provide ranger presence in the park, and also to help them construct an overall enforcement plan for Monument Valley Tribal Park. So we figured that once we came up with a plan for Monument Valley Tribal Park, that would extend out to all the other tribal parks as well. So we started working on that, and we also were having, I spoke with Sergeant Jim at Department of Agriculture, because he had previously been assigned out at Monument Valley. So helping with gaining his insight and expertise, we were hoping to develop a plan, and he was even willing to be assigned, helping to be assigned out there at the park in Monument Valley, maybe on the weekends. You know, those kind of things were what we were working towards. But when COVID-19 started, we just ceased all plans regarding helping them with their enforcement plan. And we started doing public education. And this is as a result of the livestock checkpoints that we did during the various Navajo Nation fairs back in 2019. We went out and we enforced health permit checks, hauling permit checks and those kind of things. And what we found out was a lot of the individuals we were coming across were telling us that they were not aware of the laws, that they didn't need a hauling permit, they had to have a health permit, you know, and that they needed these different vaccinations in order to obtain hauling permits. So we said we would go back and re-educate the public in terms of what their requirements are as livestock owners. So we were working on bringing that document up to standards again and then going out and participating with them. But like I said, due to COVID-19, all of that kind of ended and we weren't able to move forward with that. But we are working on, as part of this public education, to go out and work with grazing officials in terms of trying to help them as well, because it's a collaborative effort between not only our department, but also grazing officials in terms of trying to help them, educate them, and then moving forward. You know, we need their help. It can't just be us trying to do these things. So we're trying to figure out a means as to how to integrate working with grazing officials on our side. But that kind of concludes the projects portion of it. Can you go to my printer? I think there's more copies of this on my printer. So we'll go on to the unmet needs section under budget allocation. And this section is regarding, you know, our annual budget allocations. And the lack of physical funding allocated for the Department of Resource Enforcement by the Navajo Nation has hampered our ability to function as mandated. Lack of equipment and training is demoralizing to the rangers. There is a constant need for training for law enforcement officers in the department. Case law frequently changes and standard operating procedures have to be updated and implemented. The department was able to secure training for staff to meet the new Navajo Nation post standards. However, due to the recent COVID-19 travel restrictions, rangers and sergeants cannot travel off their reservation to attend these meetings. This hinders the training requirements that are mandated to meet certification minimum standards. And if you go to the next slide, we have unmet needs related to personnel. And we sat down as a department with myself and the sergeants, and we talked about right now in Western Agency, there's only one ranger sergeant and two rangers, but right now one of the positions is vacant. So there's only 2 staff working in the Western District. And for Central District, there is 4 positions and there's 1 vacancy with the Central Ranger sergeant position. The other 3 ranger positions are occupied. And then with the Eastern District, there are 4 positions and they are all occupied. There's 1 ranger sergeant and 3 rangers. So we sat down and we had a discussion on what we believe is feasible in terms of having additional ranger personnel added. And that is an additional 3 Western District positions, and the individuals will be stationed in Kaibito, and that person would oversee Page Inscription House in Tonalea, and Tuba City, which would oversee Copper Mine, Cedar Ridge, Gap, Cameron, Coal Mine Mesa, Monument Valley, which is Ojeto, Mexican Hat, Denahoso, Tisnaz Ahe, and Chilchinbitua. So a total for 3 additional positions at their current salary would be $131,989.50. And for Eastern District, we are requesting an additional 3 positions as well. And that includes Nagizi, which would oversee Counselor, Pueblo, Pintado, and Torian. Alamo, which would oversee Tohajale and Rama as well. Red Mesa, which would oversee Montezuma Creek, Annis, and Bluff, Utah. And the total for those 3 ranger positions would be $131,989.50. And for Central District, we requested an additional 3 positions as well. And that would be Rock Point, who would oversee Rough Rock and Rock Point. Low Mountain, which would oversee Jettito and Steamboat. Sawmill, which would oversee Red Lake and Hunters Point. And that would be also an additional $131,989.50. So the grand total for those 9 positions would be $395,968.50. And this includes their current annual salary, the fringe benefits, the general liability, and workers' compensation. And this would need to be an annual reoccurring expense to the department budget. And then the next one is personnel costs, which is overtime, holiday pay, special duty pay, hazard pay. Because for overtime, what we currently spent in 2020 was $6,789.59. And holiday pay for last year, we spent $2,250.17. Special duty pay from March 16th, 2020 to August 16th, 2020 was $119,069.17. Hazard pay, our estimate is at $100,000, and that is covering November 16th to February 7th. And these are costs that are not budgeted in our annual budget. We don't have the funding allocated to even cover overtime or holiday pay for our staff in our normal budget allocation. So the total of this is $227,108.93. The next item is training. Ranger training is an annual expense that our current budget does not allow for. Rangers have annual training requirements at the minimum of 40 hours per year. Training includes officer safety, supervisory training, defensive tactics, street survival, etc. Annual training costs are estimated. Our current budget does not allow for any training funds. And we try to take advantage of every free training that is offered by other federal agencies. And we have attended a couple of those. However, due with the COVID-19 restrictions of not being able to go off reservation, we haven't attended any of the free trainings. And what we're estimating, the training expense, that is $3,000 per ranger times 15 is equal $45,000. And this is on average using $750 as registration fees for them to attend at least 4 trainings a year in order to maintain their training hours. And what we're looking at doing with our Central and Eastern Rangers is that Navajo Nation Post has passed. However, it seems to have stalled along the way. But what we're looking at doing is, as a result of the complaints that are coming forward from the public regarding forestry violations of individuals selling firewood to, like TNR or these local trading posts in these border towns, we're unable to go and inventory what they have there, to inventory and inspect what's being taken there, because our authority ends at the Navajo Nation borders. So we're looking at having officers commissioned through the state of New Mexico. And in order to do that, the physical requirement for them to even put in their application to attend a cert by waiver program through the state of New Mexico is $550 for the physical. So if you do that times 15 rangers, that's $8,250. The psychological evaluation is $350 per ranger. So that's 350 times 15 rangers equals $5,250. So if you include the overtime holiday.
Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Wilson? This is
Yes.
Thomas Walker. So I'm looking at the agenda, the items that are listed to be covered this morning. And of course, in our previous leadership meeting, you had provided some of the information that you are now again presenting. So then we're looking at the agenda item, the listed items to be covered. So I have to, ask that we go towards those items or focus on those items that are listed. If unless there's a reason why you're doing the recap. Earlier I asked for a recap, but not extensive presentation on those previous items or items previously discussed. Can you make that adjustment, Ms. Wilson?
Well, Vice Chair Walker, respectfully, this meeting was originally requested between RDC and the committee because we wanted to have a candid, open conversation on issues that affect us here at the department. And for us, overtime pay, holiday pay, and lack of enforcement out there is a real concern. And that also brings up, issues regarding the enforcement, is that if, Resources Committee, Navajo Nation Council is passing laws, just like the conference call we had regarding illegal burials. You know, these are laws, regulations that Navajo Nation Council is looking at approving. However, I'm letting you know now that I have very limited staff who's able to provide enforcement on these laws and regulations that you guys are passing. So, you know, our unmet needs is very important in terms of providing enforcement out in the field. So would you like me to continue, or do you want me just to go to the?
Well, I certainly appreciate the response, and I guess for organizational purposes, to be organized, to have a good meeting, we usually look to the agenda, what's listed, so we can follow, because this is posted, and our colleagues, and then our Navajo Nation and members of the public, they look to these agendas, and we indicated that this is what we're going to be focusing or talking about, and we deviate from that, then we get questions. I didn't put the agenda together, but it is posted, and this morning I indicated that's what we're going to be following. I know that the information you want to present is very important to the department, and it must be addressed. If there's a way we can maybe talk about that a little later, but I would like to follow the agenda items the way they're listed. That way looks like we'll be organized for one thing, and then the issues that you really want to bring out, maybe they can be discussed a little later. It will eventually be put forth to the committee, and we can focus on that and talk about that a bit more. Thank you.
Vice Chair, this is Delegate Daniels.
Delegate Daniels.
Yeah, thank you. Vice Chair, RDC members of Seniki, Ms. Wilson, yes, thank you for coming before RDC. Shanant ano Seniki kodo, magay kodo bench kanegi kodo in sponsor that. So this is very important. The information that we're getting from Ms. Wilson it's very important. The issues, the concerns that they have with resource enforcement, like what she mentioned, with Western Agency, there's only 2 rangers. As you all know, Western Agency is a big area. But there's only 2 rangers. So it is good to be Vice Chair, I'm sure we're going to hear from other departments as well. So, resource enforcement. This is how many rangers that needs to know yet. I don't know the best of that our nation yet. So 80 but that be the Vice Chair. That's my thought. Vice Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Daniels, for voicing your concern there. Shananta. Daniels, Delegate Daniels, okay, Digi, Benedict, I think it's connected, I don't get connected. Gender, Baka, it or your thought, Baka, a digging national Kado. Okay, stay the nut there, quite like I said, to be more organized, to be more focused, and then at the end, to be more effective, then to switch back and forth, or just the oral report and the agenda. Sometimes that's a little challenging to do. Although the PowerPoint, as indicated earlier, those pages, each page is cut off on my end. So I'm just have to, I guess, wait for the corrected documents to be emailed to us. So it's a little awkward for me here presiding over this meeting to do that. But sido ban tok che sige ille ado kodo ni khadna igido yan sada kisto igis that is agi pada hotel ne chodan zon ko ba out echo kisan chunanta advisor, can you provide some guidance here? Ms. Begay, you may have to unmute yourself.
Vice Chair Walker, this is Melinda.
I got knocked off the call and I didn't capture what was the concerns that were raised. However, I just want to mention that the PowerPoint, I received that until this morning. And based on that, I generated the agenda from similar to the last, the presentation that was supposed to be done from the previous leadership meeting that was supposed to be scheduled. However, that never happened. So Ms. Hope Wilson just requested her report be placed on RDC's regular meeting agenda. And so based on that, we placed that report on the 24th, February 24th regular meeting. And as I stated, I didn't receive the PowerPoint until this morning, and just trying to set up and, everything that was happening. I wasn't really able to get all of the information out. And so I would recommend that you move forward with the meeting on the PowerPoint presentation. And there are some items that Ms. Hope Wilson was covering earlier that she already presented during the February 24th meeting. I think her main focus should be on items that she hadn't present. And I think more particularly the enforcement issue. And I think that was one of the biggest concerns that was raised by that department. And so I just want to mention that, Mr. Chair, members of the committee.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Begay, our advisor, for the observation, then reminding us of the business at hand here. Your recommendation sounds like a good recommendation to continue with the PowerPoint presentation. We can certainly work with that. Although be mindful that some of the information that has already been presented, ADGE, we already received information. So Wilson, if you can keep that in mind, that some of the information already has been provided to Resource Development Committee. So back to you. Okay, hold on. Delegate Freeland.
Che, thank you, Che. Ms. Wilson, I thank you for the update. The presentation is very, the PowerPoint is very, it's blurry. I think I'm in the same boat as my brother Kealan, but I'm very interested in learning more about it, and just exactly what Ms. Wilson said. I think we need to really, how can we best deal with this type of scenario and situation if they're facing challenges and they're shorthanded? I think we really need to try to figure this out and how we can help the Rangers and work with them and figure out a solution and a plan going forward. So I'm very interested in it. I really want to take a good look at this PowerPoint and read it more thoroughly when I have some time, but I appreciate the PowerPoint. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Delegate Freeland. Okay, so Advisor, are you working on giving us a really good readable copy of the PowerPoint? Ich bin an das.
Mr. Vice Chair and members of the committee, like I indicated to you before, that I usually have problems with my internet. I'm trying to send, there's 5 items I'm trying to send out. And one of those is the PowerPoint. I'm trying to resend that out to you. There's some of you that received the PowerPoints clearly, and there are some of you that didn't receive the full pages. So what I need to do is I'm going to have to disconnect my laptop, shut it off completely because I think it froze up and it's not sending any item. So I'll be back on the line once I get that restarted, Mr. Chair, members of the committee.
Okay,
right now, I would recommend you continue with what you have, and I'll get back on the line and I'll text you shortly.
Okay, thank you for that, Ms. Begay. So continue with the PowerPoint presentation, Ms. Wilson. You have the floor.
Chairman Yellen.
Okay, hold on, Ms. Wilson. Delegate Begay.
Vice Chair, RDC members, Ms. Wilson, I apologize for interrupting. I guess for the presentation for you guys to understand, Vice Chair, the process of how we're doing the presentation, there should be a segment of each area where you could stop and that we could deliberate and talk about it and how we can organize to accomplish what's needed. For each segment, because we're more talking about the internal program issue now. The staffing, the building, and the funding, and I'm sure changing the policy that would be coming up. We'll just start asking questions in different areas that you have presented us, and somehow we'll be lost in the maze of posing questions, and we will not be clear of what we really need to do. I guess that's my request. Khalid Allah, could there be a segment where you could stop and say, okay, this is an area that could be addressed alone, and then you can proceed on the other, going with the presentation is okay, but stop where you think that this is a separate segment where there could be that we could debate, because we have all day to work on for this leadership meeting. It's not something that we want to get off maybe in an hour or noon but we have all day to. We scheduled this to talk about it. So 8 days could recommend this. Otherwise, if the committee believes that if we could just complete the presentation, because I sure like to start asking questions from slide 1 and slide 2 as well. Chairman, I don't know if that's how we could be able to move forward with the presentation.
Okay, yeah, for your comments and your concerns and your recommendation there. So the presenter, the presentation is mainly in the hands of the presenter. Although I guess I would take some of those recommendations from Mr. Delegate Begay. So I would support that also. Ms. Wilson, if you can continue the presentation. I understand it's it is lengthy, but although if we want to really get into these deliberations, as mentioned earlier, Jericho, the division staff or division directors, they have to be listening and have to answer questions and come up with recommendations as well. That would be effective, I would think. Otherwise, we'd have to assume that they also understand what's being presented here, and then the concerns or the recommendations from the committee. But I guess I would ask you to use your best judgment in presenting the information and allowing some time to discuss at some point. If you can do that, really appreciate that. Ms. Wilson, continue.
Vice Chair Walker, thank you, and also to the other delegates who made comments. But my recommendation at this point is to probably let the other departments who are on the line move forward with their presentation, since the delegates don't have a clear copy of our presentation. And we'll wait until Ms. Shami Begay is able to get that to you all.
Okay, thank you for that response, Ms. Wilson. We're assuming that the other presenters would respond to your presentation, and unless you already had a pre-meeting, already had discussed what you all are going to be presenting to the committee, and that you're all in sync, you're all focused on the issues and possible solutions. So we would have to assume that the next presenters, they would be speaking to your presentation. I think those will be big assumptions we have. Letting other presenters proceed while we get the good, clean copies of the PowerPoint presentation to the committee. Chairman, are you on the line?
Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
Yes.
Yes, sir. I am on the line, and I believe that I would agree with Honorable Kiel Begay that since there's 52 pages of this presentation, we just need to move forward and really absorb all the information that we can, so we would know exactly how to assist with Department of Resource Enforcement as well as other departments. And I know we received a portion of the presentation at the RDC meeting under reports, but Ms. Hope Wilson has been asking for this meeting since almost a half a year now, and we can just allow today to be dedicated to just receiving as much information as we can so we can go forward and assist them. Mr. Vice Chair Walker, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Nez, for that those comments. Yeah. So back to Ms. Wilson, continuing with the presentation, though allowing some time at certain intervals or with certain issues to discuss the matter that has been recommended. So let's proceed, and while we await the I guess the more readable copies of the PowerPoint presentation. Okay with that, Ms. Wilson?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair Walker. I just want to clarify for everyone that, I don't speak for all DNR law enforcement. I don't speak for Mr. Sergeant Anderson Harvey over there at EPA. And this meeting we requested was just for Department of Resource Enforcement. Yes, so that you guys are aware of it and of our issues and concerns. And, other departments were invited, but like I say, I don't have any authority over them. I don't know what their issues and concerns are over there. I don't know what they're dealing with. This is only for my department, and we sat down extensively, and we've gone over these discussions of exactly where we're at and where we would like to be and how we're going to get there. And that's why we have brought these issues up to our division in our quarterly reports. It's all in there that's being reported to them as well as Office of the President, because they get our quarterly reports. I don't share my quarterly reports with RDC, but that's something I can start doing so you guys are aware of where we're at, what we did, where we are today, and what we're looking at doing, because that highlights kind of our goals and objectives there. But as I want to just reiterate, this is just our department issues. And what the report I provided last week was just an overview of our department. But this is the detailed breakdown, like I said, of exactly us sitting down, saying what do we need at a minimum, what do we believe, that we need. And I would like to go slide by slide, because yes, there are an extensive amount of slides, but like I said, we tried to cut it down, but this is where we ended up because we wanted to let you guys know exactly where we're at our department. I guess thus far with the slides I presented, does anybody have any questions?
None are committee members, questions?
Okay. Chairman Kellen.
All right. Go ahead. I'll give the game.
Chairman, could Ms. Wilson help? I guess I just want to clarify myself. My apology for interrupting as well. I apologize. But I guess my point is that the area in doing the presentation. Right now, I thought you were kind of like the main individual that oversees the whole Department of Resource Enforcement. So there'll be additional PowerPoint sent to us by others. So right now we could only be discussing, and the Q&A will focus on your departments only, where we'll deal with your department or your office. I just need clarification. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to ask you guys to minimize or stop the presentation. I just need to get clarification. again, I apologize, Chairman.
Okay, Ms. Wilson, can you respond to Delegate Begay?
Thank you, Delegate Begay, for your question. Like I said, I only oversee resource enforcement. There's also Navajo Forestry, who has forestry officers. Mr. Martin Begay, he oversees Parks and Recreation Rangers. And then there's Fish and Wildlife. They have their conservation officers. And Sergeant Jim, Mr. Watchman, Sergeant Anderson Harvey, they're in a whole different division, which is under EPA, and they have their own division director, and he has his own supervisor over there. Resource enforcement, not all law enforcement under natural resources. So I'm only presenting on behalf of my department.
Okay, Ms. Wilson, Dole, committee members, we are in receipt of the 52-page PowerPoint presentation in a more clear fashion, more readable, and so forth. So part of our questions or concerns were because of the material. So now that we have this resent to us, what I was looking at earlier is not. I mean, it was not as readable, and there were pages cut off. But this new one, it's pretty extensive, and I appreciate that. So, if we can proceed with the presentation, the opportunities along the way to ask questions, Joe. That's what our committee members want. We can accomplish everything that we want to accomplish today. Just know that there's ample opportunities to do that. So we can move along, proceed with this presentation. Ms. Wilson?
Okay.
Delegate Freeland?
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry for interrupting, Chair and Ms. Wilson. One thing that caught my attention was what Ms. Wilson just mentioned about submission of her quarterly reports to executive branch. And I guess my question is, why is executive branch not supporting the Rangers? If there's no feedback, I guess, are they supporting you? I guess is my question. And then my next question is, do you get any feedback on your quarterly reports that you submit to OPVP and to Natural Resources? So, Ada, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that question. Ishing, if you can think about that response and provide it at some point, Ms. Wilson, and we continue with the presentation. Thank you.
And thank you, Vice Chair Walker. I can answer that question right now. No, I don't get a feedback regarding our quarterly reports. Everything is submitted to the division, and from there it's compiled and submitted to OPVP. And I haven't been questioned on anything that's been on there. But moving forward, I'll just kind of summarize the budget part of it. It's all there for you guys to look over. And if you have questions, I would suggest if you have questions, just jump on and interrupt. That way we address them at that point versus moving on a few slides down and then we have to go back. So if you have a question, just get on the line and then interrupt me, and then we'll move forward from there. We covered the personnel costs, the training. Our next one is unmet needs, vehicle GPS. This is related to officer safety. We have staff who are out in the field, and oftentimes our radio communication system doesn't work. So in order for us to have real-time data where a specific officer is, we're requesting for vehicle GPSs because in the past as well, public safety has had their units stolen. And, these units contain firearms, equipment, expensive equipment that's related to the department and to law enforcement needs. And we need vehicle GPSs in them. So if anything were to happen in the future, that we're able to track down the vehicles in a timely basis. So there's the cost there for that monthly, for the installation of the equipment and the monthly charges for the vehicle GPS. And we also were requesting for Ranger GPSs. On these runs that Mr. Tom Riggenbaugh has with these runners, they usually give them GPS trackers when they're on these runs. That way, if anything were to happen, if they don't check back in at a particular location, then they're able to track through GPS where these individual runners are at. And my staff, not only patrol the highways, but they're also in the backcountry in different areas, and they participate in different search and rescues. So this is equipment that we need for their safety while they're out there. They do check in, via radio and stuff, but we do need to know where their location is, at all times. If anything were to happen to them, we're able to locate them in a timely manner. So that expense is there. Unmet needs is communication. Right now, our dispatch system runs on an analog system. And the nation, overall Navajo Nation, needs to convert to a digital communication system for their officers. Because right now we have a lot of dead spots in certain areas. And you can see there the different towers that we use to communicate with our staff. And we have limited communication when it comes to Rama, Alamo, Tahajale, Harefino, Torion, Newlands, Delcon, Black Mesa, Little Colorado River, and Pariah. Those are the different areas that the coverage needs to be extended to. And that cost there is an estimate for us to convert from analog to digital. And if the nation were to do that, that not only benefits us at resource enforcement, but it also benefits public safety. Because right now, since we're still on the analog system, we have trouble communicating with our rangers out towards Navajo Mountain, Monument Valley, because a lot of the analog channels are being assigned to private companies. For instance, up in Monument Valley, we have a construction company that is on the analog system there. So our communication interferes with what they're doing. We can hear their communication, and they can hear ours. So that's where the system is stepping on each other. So we need to upgrade the system to a digital communication service, and that's the total. It's the $592,500 for us to do that. Cody connectivity issues are the Division of Natural Resources back in 2018 repurchased the Cody reporting system. This is the same system that public safety uses as well to gather their information. So there was a number of years where resource enforcement didn't have a reporting system, and that was because we couldn't pay the annual maintenance costs for the system. But now the division purchased it, and we've had it since July of 2018, and that's allowing not only resource enforcement, but Fish and Wildlife, Parks and Recreation, Forestry, and Department of Agriculture all input their information into that system, and that's overseen by Central Dispatch. But the way the system works is that my officers, when offline, which means when they're not on the internet, they should be able to input their reports into their laptop. And then when they hit a Wi-Fi signal, all of their reports and data should be automatically uploading to the system. And that should be happening remotely when they do that. However, it's not happening. And we don't know why it's happening. We don't know if it's because of the firewall. We don't know if it's because of the internet line. We have no idea because we are not computer IT experts. That's not our field of expertise. So I keep informing the division that we need to hire an IT consultant who can diagnose exactly why our staff laptops are not communicating with the Cody system. So that's why we allocated cost estimates for that. And we also need a dedicated T1 line, an internet line, which serves the Cody system. That way, if any updates are happening on that side and it doesn't go down, that way that is there for them to use. So that's estimate is there. And we also talked about having remote surveillance systems. Like I said, I only have 9 commissioned rangers now for the whole Navajo Nation. So these remote surveillance systems will allow us to monitor archaeological and culturally sensitive remote areas. And what that is kind of like the game cameras that are out there now. So it'll allow us to purchase some of those, and the 5 per district, and we can put them at these archaeological sites. So we monitor, and we can go up there and monitor and download whatever has been recorded from those surveillance systems. That way, that helps us, because we can't be there 24/7 at each site monitoring it. So at least that allows us to see who's coming and going from those different areas and what are they doing. And the next one is equipment replacement. We have a number of items: firearms replacement, YLN fire gear, road signs, and you all know that we had a fire here up in Sawmill last year. And I will let you know, my staff was inadequately prepared to deal with that fire, because in order to respond to a fire, you have to have the proper equipment: boots, uniform, everything, because they're certified to be out there. And if you don't have that proper equipment, you shouldn't even be within the fire zone. But we had no choice. We responded. But we also put riot gear, uniforms, communication equipment, and annual maintenance upgrades, laptops, vehicle replacements, body armor, operating fees, annual repairs and maintenance on ATVs, UTVs, trailers, dirt bikes, boats, generators, travel expenses for staff to attend trainings off reservation. And some of these costs are annual reoccurring costs, and some of them are depending on the equipment lifespan. Like for laptops, the lifespan is about 3 to 4 years. So we purchased the new ones about 2 years ago, so they'll be up for replacement in about another year or so. And these are items that the staff use while they're in the field, and especially with COVID-19, we encourage a lot of our field staff to stay out in the field instead of coming to the office. So we were able to purchase them portable printers, scanners, copiers, where they're able to communicate with us remotely instead of having them come into the office to print out their reports or print out, information that they need. Next slide. Any questions so far?
Committee members, any questions? Ms. Wilson?
Chairman, going back to the first scale, I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead. I'll give
back to Project Bakaki, slide 4, 5, 6, and 7. 87, I just clicked on this. DNR Complex Facility Improvement, Bakaki, is the focus only at the current locations now? Over at Junday, there's one in Chinle, and then the other one is in Black Hat, Baka. Is there any plan because you're asking for additional personnel for each agency, all it says is Western District, Eastern District, and Central District. What about the Northern District and the Fortified District? I'm not sure how your district is outlined. And then my question would be is that we're always being told that these judicial complex at Tuba City, Chinle, and Crown Points are too big. No, but yet to some extent, could the DNR be located within these judicial complex? Or do you guys need to be separate in getting additional building for each of these areas? Because all it says is that you just need improvement of these buildings. And then at the same time, you're indicating that some of the staff don't like to travel back and forth to these different offices. If that is the case, how do we accommodate? And then, of course, housing. I mean, have we contacted NHA to see, because NHA allows public safety police officers to be housed in these in some of these NHA homes. For staff again. Chairman, that's the first several slides. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Delegate Begay. Ms. Wilson, can you respond to Mr. Begay?
Thank you, Delegate Begay, for the questions. We have 3 districts under resource enforcement. That's Western, Central, and Eastern. We don't have Northern and Southern districts, so we just have Western, Central, and Eastern, and that's why the additional requests for staff are just based within those 3 districts. And as far as being housed in a judicial building, we've never had a discussion with them. As far as we know, we were told they were full, that they were at capacity, and that's how they were running. And regarding that, I can tell you that right now, the department was housed in a 2-story building that used to be at the fairgrounds, and then that was condemned in around 2010. So they were told to move out from there, and then the facility up at Double D and Black Hat was purchased. So they did move some staff there. The dispatch was moved there along with property. There is some trailers there. One of them is occupied as a residence, and one central dispatch has moved out from there, and they're located here within the DNR building. But I can tell you that us being housed here in the DNR building, we need a separate building for ourselves, because right now, you know, our officers interact with the public, and there's that potential for them to be exposed to COVID-19, and us being in an administrative building here between OPVP and the Division of Natural Resources, we had to shut down a number of times due to possible exposures. And when that happens, Central Dispatch gets shut down, and along with our offices. So it's better if we have a standalone building for us and our staff. That way, you know, when other interferences like that happen, you know, it doesn't affect us. You know, we will continue to operate as we are a law enforcement agency. You know, we need to continue to operate because our staff are still in the field, but when Central Dispatch has to shut down, they don't have any coverage here for them when they're out in the field. They just have to remain in contact with each other to check up on each other and make sure each other's okay. And right now, we do have the facility up in Black Hat that we're sharing with Department of Agriculture. And we also have the Chinle facilities, which has the veterinary clinic there. And we're looking to clean out the condemned building that's there, along with the boxcar and the chemicals that are there. We do have a lot set aside as well in Shiprock. And we do have the Western Agency office, which is located in Black Mesa. Those are and we do have that lot as well in Rock Springs. There used to be a temporary inspection facility there, but we don't do inspections anymore, so we don't utilize that facility. And as far as NHA housing, we haven't had a staff member come and say that they need housing. So we have, they all have their own residences. So we haven't contacted NHA to see if we could house a ranger in the community. I hope that answers all your questions, Delegate Begay.
Delegate Begay.
Chairman, for Joe, see, I mean, you I guess that to answer my question is that all of them is no, that there's no plan and a strategic plan of how the DNR would be situated. I sure like to get a response from the Division of Public Safety because we're trying to utilize the resource to minimize costs. The first question then go back to the district by policy is that we're trying to reach out to majority of the Navajo Nation. That's one thing. Now, Ranger is not only with animal, but I believe that EPA is also another area that we're dealing with the enforcement of these like illegal trash dumping. Could that be a recommendation that each agency have their own agency offices? I'm sure it will cost a lot to do, but what aimed Khaled Allah Hajo Ilya Gopohanet Zanto Lisla with their could there be a change of policy of reorganize the structure of where it's best suited for the program to be located, so that way that we're giving the rangers the resource to really get in the position of being commissioned as a police officer, the same level as a police officer. I would assume that there would be further cross-commission deputation issue to be discussed down the road with the regular police officers. Or it that all cut aniki not it that's it open it once we get this situation these two buildings. My other question was that late Black Hat has aniki, is that on the Navajo Nation or is that off the reservation? Le what you go has aniki if we're going to be situating a building, but yet if it's not on the Navajo Nation, we're getting ourselves in a situation where we'll be out of our jurisdiction for the office to be located. And so in such cases, for me, I would really look at having these district be in because Eastern District you got Naiz, Alamo, and Red Mesa, which includes the Aneth, Utah, and Bluff, Utah. But as far as chapters go, you know that they're a part of the Western Agency. Called Western District, GK, you got the two Kaibato, Tuba City, and Monument Valley, Nada Baka, Akoko, Halet Ahjo, Hataliado, Bonet, Zanspiegach, Enson, Didi, your district, Guinness. Maybe that will be provided by other ranger personnel if you can answer that one, Chairman.
Okay, thank you for the questions, Delegate Begay. Ms. Hope Wilson, can you respond to our committee member?
Thank you, Delegate Begay. As far as the way the districts are situated, it's because due to, over time as the resource enforcement budget was decreased, that's just the way. I only have 3 sergeants right now who oversee Central, Eastern, and Western. I don't have another sergeant where I can create a Northern district. I don't have 2 more sergeants where I can have a Northern and a Southern district. That's just the amount of people I have, so that's the way the districts are kind of outlined. And as far as putting a building, we would have to look for land. We're not necessarily saying that if we're appropriated money for a building that it's going to be located at Black Cat. We refer to Black Cat because it's just a facility that was purchased. It was purchased for the vet clinic, it was purchased for resource enforcement, and I believe some other departments were looking at utilizing that area, but right now it's the impound yard holding facility for all livestock that come there. So that's just where it's located. It wasn't a choice we made, it was just something that was purchased for us. And I guess Mr. Sergeant Harvey would have to answer the question regarding EPA and where their officers are located at. And our staff don't come to an office when they come to work. They report from wherever their residences are, and they start their day there, and that's where they end their day. They don't come to Window Rock and check in here and clock in and then go back out in the field. They begin their day, starting, and then dispatch. They'll call into dispatch, and then dispatch will assign them a call, and they're told to go from Kayenta to Cameron. It's not, we're not an organization where, staff come to the office, just Ms. Virgie and I, we're the only 2 administrative staff here. So, when we're talking about creating offices, then that means we would have to also have funding for administrative staff. But over the years, as funds are depleting, then, we've had to cut down administrative staff. And we also had a welder, then it was either cut the welder position or cut the ranger position or cut an admin position. And like I said, it's just Ms. Virgie and I here now who are administrative staff for the department. So I had no choice but to cut a welder position because I need staff in the field, and I can't cut a ranger position. And I can't cut the ASO position here, which is the other administrative staff besides me. Otherwise, I'd be the one doing all the work. So it just isn't feasible. So right now we are at the limit in terms of, allocations and funding. So if we do receive a budget reduction this coming year again, then I'm going to have no other choice but to cut a commission personnel staff. That's where we're at right now in terms of our funding level. And I hope that answers your question.
Delegate Begay, you want to respond to that again?
Chairman, I guess now my question will be I'm trying to look for the exact policy that establishes the plan of operation for the DRE. Because the only one that's mentioned in here is the Title 17, where Rangers have certain enforcement. Division of Natural Resource Policy. I don't know if the advisor is on the line to see if she could be able forward the establishment of the Natural Department of Resource Enforcement to keep a policy. It seems to me that there's a lot of decision is being made on the spot for these changes of personnel and so on. Is there a language in there where it justifies, because any policy or a personnel changes, really it gets complicated or it's lengthy. I mean, is there a language in there where it allows the staff to just make changes as she indicates? Because what would be the good recommendation that there's a crossover to other areas that they'll be dealing with? We're talking about probably several $million because we don't really have a budget that's outlined as well, a complete spreadsheet, the unmet need budget, the grand total at the end, if that's correct, 2.3 million. Because you indicate about the Cody connectivity issue that deals with the public safety, and then all of this, the operating the communication system, which goes back to the overall reason why we're trying to push for the telecommunication infrastructure across the Navajo Nation. And this also probably would relate to first responders issue. Why can't the Division of Public Safety integrate some of these of the ranger into their communication system? Maybe we could ask a question to Mr. Vicente of how they're moving forward in establishing the communication for specifically for the ranger department. Because if they're being asked to be commissioned as a police officer, I mean, they'll probably have access to these particular communication issue with the Navajo Nation central government. If they're being left out and not being part of it, because on one of the report sent to, or a statement sent to the Division of Public Safety, Mr. Delmar, for now. I mean, the overall plan of operation and an organized department, is that really just going to complicate things and delay of delivering service to the local community? But again, that's something, if you don't need to answer right now, you can come back, because in a way it bothers me when you start saying that you're cutting certain programs just so that you have another program to be in place. So I guess I would say that I didn't fully review some of your plan of operation during the budget presentation and the budget bond state 2021. How does this relate to any of the should there be any fundings available? Some of these programs qualifies for a lot of these. Maybe that's another area. Maybe your legal counsel can start looking into to say that, okay, Navajo Nation, if you receive these funding, these are the areas that were eligible to get funding based on budget at least. So, I mean, a lot of these questions really comes to the nitty gritty of the organizations of the Ranger Enforcement Program, Chairman.
Delegate Begay, for your questions and your comments. Is there a response, Ms. Wilson?
Thank you, Delegate Begay. I'm kind of unclear on exactly what you're asking for. I know you said you wanted the plan of operation for the department, but a lot of these decisions were already made when I came into this position. Certain district offices were closed down. The Double D complex was already purchased before I got here. The different districts were consolidated before I got here, so I'm just working with what is available here, and I'm just letting you know exactly the state we're in right now, and, meeting with the district sergeants, these aren't decisions I've made on my own. These are decisions that we've talked about with each of the district sergeants in terms of what their manpower needs are and what their requests are, kind of like we said, the minimum we need at each district in order for us to function. Right now, I have staff who come in on their regular day off to work because there's just not enough staff. There's not enough rangers. There's so many calls for service that they're here on their days off. They're here to provide service to the people, or that we have meetings that are scheduled because they work staggered schedules. And, they have to come in on their day off to attend a meeting, and then they, a lot of time they don't request for overtime. It's just another day they have to work, and they take it in stride. But we can certainly provide the most updated plan of operation to you. There's been 6 revisions to the plan of operation for the Department of Resource Enforcement. All of them, made minor changes here and there, and I can send those as well. And as far as the grand total amount on the unmet need budget, as I stated, this isn't an amount we need every year because, like I said, it depends on the lifespan of the equipment. We do a laptop purchase every 3 to 4 years, so we'll need that funding not every year, but every 3 to 4 years. Those kind of things. We don't purchase new firearms every year. We do it based upon the lifespan of the equipment. And that's it.
Delegate Begay.
I do have a lot, but let me give some time to other committee members if they have other questions. Chairman, get back to me at the end.
Okay, thank you, Delegate Begay. Proceed with the PowerPoint presentation. Okay, if none, then let's go back to the PowerPoint as you are presenting, Ms. Wilson.
Yeah, I have a question. I was on mute, sorry.
Oh, okay, hold on. Delegate Stewart, question?
Yeah, Ms. Wilson and your staff, again, good morning, and thank you for the presentation and the openness to ask any questions that we feel that we need answered or that we are unclear about. Thank you for that. And right now, my question to you is, every year and every quarter, a report is given, like you said, quarterly report, monthly report to division directors, and you have done those. You have continued to do those. And I know in our previous discussions, you have stated these same concerns. So my question back to you now is, how long have you been raising these questions? I mean, I know it's before Nez's term. So when did this also, when were these concerns being mentioned to executive branch? In working as a former employee with the nation, I know that our concerns were always being brought before executive, and they were always addressed in one way or another. Is one thing I want to find out is how long were these concerns raised, and what support, if any, did you ever get from any director or any staff member from President's office in previous years from that? The other one is that in your plan, or in your program, not your plan, but your program that you have, knowing that you work with rangers and your fund management plan, does your funding go back to general overall, or is it on a fund management plan? If any at all, do you even have that? And again, these are just questions that I'm posing that may have been already answered or that are getting to be answered. But these are questions that I have, and I'm just following along with the conversation, and as well looking at the presentation, the 50+ page presentation that you are presenting. And so that's what I want to ask as of now, Shaja. That's what I want to ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Stewart. Ms. Wilson?
Thank you, Delegate Stewart, for the questions. These issues and concerns, I can tell you, as far as I know, go back as far as 2010 when I began working for the division. Under the division administration, I know Chief Butler at the time, along with Sergeant Milford, who was the acting supervisor for the department for a time, they always brought these concerns to the division: lack of funding, lack of manpower, lack of equipment. It was always there, but never addressed, I guess. Like I said, you know, with the budget allocations that came down, everybody was always cut. It was either, you know, 10%, 15%, 20%. And it has never been addressed. It's always been there. And I don't know, like I said, I include it in my quarterly reports, and you know, I've been here about 2 years now, and I've addressed it to them, and there seems to be no response. I don't know. You know, the kind of the budget message we always get is do more with less, but that budget message just isn't feasible for our organization. It just isn't. You know, we kind of laugh about that now, that explanation of do more with less, because how am I supposed to do more with less? How am I supposed to answer calls for service out there if I don't have any people who can respond in an adequate time? You know, and there are complaints from the public, you know, saying it takes so long for a ranger to get here, you know, in regards to my concern. And it's true. And, you know, and I explained to them exactly how many staff are here. You know, they have their regular days off, then they have training days, they have meeting days. All those kinds of things factor into their jobs. You know, but like I said, it's been a concern. It's always been there over the years. And as far as the fund management plans, the department this year only has a general fund allocation. In the previous years, we used to oversee the livestock custody fund. However, there are parameters on that funding as to exactly how it can be spent. So in discussions with Department of Agriculture, with Sergeant Jim, who's on the call now, and Mr. Watchman, they had concerns, I guess, with resource enforcement overseeing the fund and where that funding was going to. So in meeting with Mr. Watchman and Sergeant Jim, I believe it was around maybe the fall of 2019, they wanted the hustling, and to be honest, that's what it was about. So I told them, if that's the case, you guys can take the custody fund then. However, when you take the custody fund, there comes responsibilities with that as well. And I explained to Mr. Watchman that the way the cow pound is run out in San Benito in Black Hat, you know, me as the department manager, I'm not over there every day feeding livestock. I'm not over there, you know, hauling livestock into the auction. I'm not doing any of that. My staff does that, I said. So if you want the custody fund, then you're taking all that responsibility as well. And along with the issuance of the permit, of the annual hauling permit, resale permits, all of that, I said. And there was a conflict of interest on our side regarding us issuing hauling resale permits, is that we issue the permit, but we also do the enforcement of it. So when we were doing the Navajo Nation Fair and we were working on doing enforcement there, you know, the individuals who were coming saying, well, how come we just can't give me an annual permit right now? You know, and which was true, we did, you know, we told them, okay, pull over to the side and we'll do your inspection. If you have all your documentation, we'll provide you a permit. And that's where the conflict of interest started coming in terms of we're issuing the permit, then we're also doing the enforcement. So those duties transfer to Department of Agriculture along with the expenditures and overseeing of the custody fund. So resource enforcement does not have a fund management plan. Hope that answers the question.
Delegate Stewart, any follow-up?
Not right now, Shajak. That was what I want. There is no fund management plan. Thank you.
Okay, Hakoshin.
Vice Chair? This
yes,
is Shammy.
Yes.
I just
go ahead.
I just sent you a copy of RDCO 7916. The legislation packet number was 031816. That resolution is the last amendments that were made to the Division of Natural Resources Plan of Operation. In there, it includes all of the Division of Natural Resources departments and programs plan of operation. You should receive that by now. That was the last amendment that occurred in 2016. And it is true that over the years, it's just not Division of Natural Resources that's impacted, or it's just not Division of Resource Enforcement that was impacted by the reduction of the operating budget. It's overall in the executive branch program services. And so I'm not sure how the president's office, the executive branch division directors are addressing all of that. And again, this coming year, we will be impacted by the reduction of the revenue again. So those are some of the things that have major impacts on how the tribal program are managing their daily operation. Mr. Chair, members of the committee.
Okay, thank you, advisor. I did receive the document you referenced, RDCO-79-16, 200 plus pages. But Elako and Delegate Begay had asked for such reference, plan of operation, no? So he can reference that. Yeah, for doing that. Okay, so back to the presenter. Can you proceed again with your presentations unless there are some questions again? Committee members, are there any other questions? If not, back to presenter. Ms. Wilson.
Thank you, Vice Chair Walker. We'll move on to the slide that says need Office of the Prosecutor. For several years, Department of Resource Enforcement has taken the initiative to hire a natural resource prosecutor to prosecute violations of the nation's resource laws. We have experienced prejudice from the current prosecutors who have made it known that they will not prosecute these violations in a court of law. Our department has gone through the formalities with the Chief Prosecutor and Department of Justice to no avail or assistance on this endeavor. or hiring a certified attorney to present the violations in the Navajo Nation court so the victims can be compensated and provide technical advice and training on legal issues that we come into contact with. And what we're running into is in FY 2020, Budget and Finance Committee sponsored legislation to allocate additional funding for ranger recruit, a records clerk, and a prosecutor to prosecute natural resource violations. Prior to this, I had sat down with Sergeant Harvey at EPA, and we had discussed the need for a prosecutor, not only for natural resources, but also for his EPA violations. And at the time, he said that he would be willing to go back to his division director and advocate to cost share a position under the division and then with EPA. So I did submit that. I sent an email to Dr. Shabala and Ms. Banji Thomas, letting them know that this is something that he was willing to have a discussion about. However, I never received response back from the division, and again, it was in my quarterly report, and that fell to the wayside. But however, in FY 2020, BNF took the initiative to fund that position. So what I did was that I met with Jennifer Henry, who was the chief prosecutor, and talked to her about what was going on, what was happening on our side, and she had agreed. And she said she felt that maybe the prosecutors had a lack of knowledge in natural resources. That's why they were kind of, those violations and cases weren't moving forward. So I took the initiative and I did a PCQ and I forwarded to her to look at, to modify whatever needed to be done on her side to see if we could classify this position. And initially she was fine with it moving forward and everything, and then along the way she said we would need to do an MOA because the funding was located under our department and the position would be located under her department. And I told her that I don't want any supervisory authority over this person, that would lie with DOJ in her office. And all we requested was that maybe that individual could be, would have office hours in our department, maybe twice a week, that way our officers would be able to interact with them on a one-on-one basis, regarding cases they had or issues, concerns they wanted to discuss, and those kind of things. So when the position was funded, we thought we were finally going somewhere, but somewhere along the way, Ms. Henry just stopped responding. And I even had Mr. Allen, Robert Allen, who is our attorney here at DNR, to try to reach out to her, talk with her to see if we could, maybe if they talked attorney to attorney, they would be able to work out the kinks and figure this out. But to Mr. Allen's credit, he tried to work with Ms. Henry, but she just never responded to anything we were requesting. And then the funding just was deobligated at the end of the fiscal year, and that's it. That's all that happened with that. So the position was never classified. So if you look at an example, Prosecutor Megan Horning, informed our Western District Sergeant Phillips that, that she will not take any dog bite cases or any dog cases at all, even if it's, dogs causing damage, if they're killing sheep or cattle or whatever. She's not willing to take any of those cases. And the other natural resource violations, we could have a discussion about. And there's an example there that, we have confiscated wood, from some wood sellers, and we had it as evidence at our yard, and we waited for the prosecutor's office to either file in court or we waited for a disposition, and we never received anything from the court. So we just ended up donating the wood back to forestry, and then they just donated it to elderly and needy families. But a lot of times the statute of limitations just expires on these court cases, and we never get a disposition. It is our concern regarding the prosecutor portion of it. Other concerns we have are brand inspectors. We're told that the brand inspectors, which are the grazing officials from certain chapters, that their chapters are telling them that they can't do brand inspections anywhere else, only to community residents within their chapters. And, that's a concern of ours, because the grazing officials can go and conduct inspections for anybody who needs it. And then another one is Department of Agriculture trailers. In Department of Resource Enforcement, helping Department of Agriculture, like with entrapments, roundups, those kind of things. The rangers were concerned about the condition of the trailers being utilized by Department of Agriculture staff. The trailers were in poor condition and needed to be maintained, and they were being used to transport horses from roundups or entrapments. And we felt that if the trailers are poorly maintained and should be grounded by DRE so no horses could be transported in the trailers in their current condition. And some of the horses, when they were arriving at the impound yard, when we were doing the inventory and stuff, some of them were covered in blood and they had different injuries, and that was a concern for us because we wanted these animals to be treated humanely when they're in our care. So that was a concern of ours. Another is Navajo Nation property. We're trying to work with them. We purchased some new equipment and we're trying to trade in our old equipment. However, we need the titles for the old equipment in order to obtain our new equipment from the vendors. And we've been trying to work with Navajo Nation property in terms of obtaining those titles so that we can turn them over to the vendor and then we can have our new equipment issued to us. And that's a whole different process in terms of having the items tagged, licensed, and that kind of stuff. But it just seems like property isn't moving on those kind of things for us. And the next issue was training you, and we have training needs that cannot be ignored due to vicarious liabilities and officer safety issues. Almost all of our law enforcement training requires traveling long distances, and our training funding needs to be allocated more funds to ensure the rangers are training the latest legal updates and issues. Since all of our rangers have attended and graduated from the Federal Indian Police Academy, we abide by their training standards, at which requires each individual ranger to attend 40 hours of law enforcement-related training and to do their 16 hours of firearms training for recertification. Any questions?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Wilson, for the presentation up to this point. We have a colleague joining us on this call, Delegate Raymond Smith, and he has a question. So, Delegate Smith, you have the floor.
Chairman Galen has a comment.
Okay, Agustin, we'll wait for Delegate Smith. Agustin, Cecilia, Alan Begay, you have the floor.
Chairman, this is Delegate Smith.
Okay, I called on Delegate Smith first, so Cecilia, we'll put you next in the queue. Delegate Smith, Cecilia.
So, Shania, thank you for chairing this meeting, and also the committee members of the Resource Development Committee and those that are listening in, and the presenter, Ms. Wilson. I got to commend you for bringing this forth and articulating exactly the problems and concerns of the Navajo Nation Rangers. I recall when I was a Navajo Nation Ranger, we had these same issues, and they're manifesting themselves into even a bigger problem. That's why there was a legislation dropped to do the Navajo Nation post, so that officers could be equivalent in not prosecuting, but providing law enforcement services across the Navajo Nation. And the Rangers would be recognized as law enforcement officers on the Navajo Nation. On HEDATA, we tried to facilitate that. At the time I was with the Navajo Nation Rangers, talking to the prosecutors, talking to the chief prosecutor, talking to DOJ, and it seemed to just be a report, but nothing really transpired from it. So this legislation that was passed, I think it was just recently here, regarding the Navajo Nation Post, was to provide all that. As you well know, the Navajo Nation Rangers are sent to the Bureau of Indian Affairs Indian Police Academy. And in there, they receive their accreditation for being law enforcement officers. However, the old Navajo Nation denies them to get their SLEC, which is called the Special Law Enforcement Commission Card, which allows them to enforce federal laws within the Navajo Nation for those that are non-Navajo and those that break federal laws and regulations. We used to have that back in the late 80s and 90s, and that was stricken from the Rangers, and they said, you're not recognized as law enforcement officers. So that's a big problem there, Shinada. The question I have is, how are we going to facilitate that? Because the law has been signed by the Navajo Nation president, and there was a directive given to Mr. Jesse Delmore of the Public Safety from the Budget and Finance Committee with Chief Francisco to expedite this. And Robert Allen knows about this Navajo Nation Post standard. So this would really help in behalf of the issues that's going on because they're required to continue with the 40 hours of training, which is under the Bureau of Indian Affairs. And the Title 19 subsection 4 is which gives them the power of rangers. And then they carry another commission card, which is the livestock under Title 3, 12. I don't recall the code on that, but it's under Title 3 as livestock commission to inspect. But that's not considered a law enforcement responsibility duties. It's a regulatory duty. So I appreciate this report, and I'm listening in because we did fund the amount that Ms. Wilson spoke about to get a prosecutor on board. That was the main problem too. We would file cases, and some prosecutors were very, very helpful in helping the Rangers to get a search warrant, arrest warrant, help with the search and seizures, and they would be out there providing these services with the Rangers and recognize them as law enforcement officers, and we would get cases into the Navajo Nation court, not only the Navajo Nation court, but also the federal courts in the Prescott area and within the state of New Mexico, Arizona, and Utah, if the crimes were committed in those areas. So these are the concerns that I have, Shinanda, that we need to revisit that Navajo Nation post, and if we need to amend that to expedite that, get that going, and we need to help our Rangers with the funding too, because they are constantly being underfunded. They're not being represented. They're the source of it. If you call upon any other entity to provide any natural resource enforcement duties and responsibility, they'll just more or less shun it, and they'll say that's the Rangers' responsibility. And Rangers are limited in their number of manpower. So these are the big concerns that's being brought forth with that, Shinada. Thank you, Shinai, for letting me speak, and I'm listening in, and I'm glad this leadership meeting is here, and I appreciate the fact that this is being presented, and we do really need to help our fellow law enforcement Rangers in order for them to do a job out there. Thank you, Kayla.
Hey, thank you, Celeste, Delegate Smith, for your comments and your information and your concerns. So, Ms. Wilson, do you have a response to the statements or the comments made by Delegate Smith?
I do, Vice Chair Delegate Walker. I appreciate the comments, Delegate Smith. Just like you said, you were here in the program and you're well aware of the issues we had. And as far as Navajo Nation Post, it was approved and everything, and we were working with public safety in terms of the rules and regulations were approved. They were having commission meetings, and the next step was that public safety was going to write each, all the other law enforcement agencies a letter and indicating, requesting their training records, and they were going to do an audit of our training records and then let us know exactly where we were at, where our officers lacked hours and those kind of things. And just when that was being implemented, COVID-19 happened. And after that, as far as I know, there haven't been any commission meetings regarding Navajo Nation Post, and that was it. And as of last week, Mr. Robert Allen here at DNR told me that they sent a letter, Dr. Chabela sent a letter to Jesse Del Mar asking about Navajo Nation Post, the status, and where we're going from here. I don't believe they've received a response yet, but that's my knowledge regarding Navajo Nation Post and where it's at. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that response. You're next in the queue. You have the floor.
Chairman, again, this is what happens when we begin to all allow other committee. I hate to say this, but we tend to lose track in the discussion. We have gone through the need of office of the prosecutor. I think that's where we're at right now. How has any office, the office of the prosecutor, what response have you gotten from them? And then for me, when I was on the Law and Order Committee, the last term at that, we were pushing for prosecutors at each of the districts rather than having them travel back and forth. This may be the same situation as well, that prosecutors should be situated. And again, it will cost a lot of money to do this, but is there a time where there needs to be a cooperation with the judicial branch? Have you talked with the Chief Justice or the Court of Administrators and see what their response is? Because the other thing that comes to mind is that if there is a backlog of cases of certain area, did I read somewhere in this particular slide where some of these cases, like for example, they're not going to do cases relating to, I guess, dogs for caught in it. That's only the dog catcher that's out of the diet. That's anything of that nature. They're not being considered serious, so that's being not being go through the process for prosecution or something like that. But there's a lot of area. For example, some of these deals with a probate issue. With this particular office of the prosecutor, do we need to amend or change their policy to have a dedicated prosecutor that deals directly, just like with the Department of Justice, to have dedicated programs, staff that are assigned for specific division. That way, you all don't have to be dealing with this particular situation. Johnson, the need of the prosecutor. Now, going back to the slide, the unmet needs for Kaki, the lack of fiscal funding allocated for the Department of Resource Enforcement. Now, the other area, I know a lot of our Navajo Nation program likes to or wants to stick with the general funding allocation because it's more reasonable or manageable to reallocate fundings as you all approve. Now, that Washington, that's a base of 638. What ego go? So like the police officer cut, they're under 638 contract. Our naval police officers. So could the rangers fall in those categories as well? That way, because I think the under the 638 contract, the have an allocation for 300 personnel, but they're trying to reach that 300 threshold to have that many police officers, but the only average is about 250. So 50 personnel of funding continues to just pile up. Maybe your lawyer could talk about it and see what avenue could be taken. What ego kodo beta inish akoko a baby nature. I know there's always some strings attached when we get funding from the federal government, but you know that there's a lot of areas that I know that we could be dealing with because be based on that then I can kodo hit our baby kodo. How can we I guess beef up some of our programs to look to those avenues to get funding because Navajo Nation, we might be losing a lot of revenue. So the anticipation. So if we're beefing up this particular unmet need in the amount of $2 million per year, next year, we might be subject to getting fewer funding. But yet, at the same time, we're adding more programs. What's the possibility that these rangers, certain position amount, fall under 638 contract? Because there'll be commission because they fall into certain what the tracks. A lot of these we're lacking personnel, and that's the reason why we continue to improve a lot of these pay scale, benefits, and allowance. And then the one thing that really comes into mind when we always say that there's a lack of interest because the surrounding companies or programs like state level or federal level, they have a good benefits, and then at the same time, they have a good promotion system. At that time, last term at the Law and Order Committee, that's one thing that we have asked the Division of Public Safety, what is a good way of a good promotion system to encourage a lot of our Navajo people to be police officers. So without any specific evaluations or any specific promotion criteria and so on. I mean, for example, when I was in the military, I aimed to get more points just so that I can meet the cutoff for the next promotion. And which happens, got to the rank of an E5 before I got out of the military. So that motivated me to do a lot of these things as far as the Christian, like taking colleges course. And then that's the other thing too. A lot of our police officers, they get college credit or they get their tuition paid if they want to continue their education. Those are a lot of factors I believe that Division of Natural Resource really needs to look into on behalf of our rangers or our staff, just so that we know that there's a big interest we rather have a line of people wanting to get into one of these spots, knowing that there's a bigger, better benefits Other say Sana go AD cut on him the house asala. Other once they get certified, they go to these bigger, better benefit programs off the reservation. So those are some areas I think that the program, for on behalf of our rangers, really needs to look into. Not just so that they're just crisscrossing the Navajo Nation to enforce these policies, but at the same time, how do we take care of them? See, that's the one thing that we really need to look into, have a better program. Also, it will take a lot of money. So that's the reason why, that's why I say that how do we move forward in getting additional funding, not only from the Navajo Nation, but from the federal government. How does that tie into their funding allocation from the federal level? They got unmet needs personnel, the Ninigigi, and otherwise, if we fought so hard to get the 2.3 million next year, we don't want to give hire so many rangers. Then by next year, we will have enough money to allocate to each of these programs during the fiscal year 2022. Chairman the unmet needs personnel and the Office of the Prosecutor by Chairman.
Thank you, Delegate Begay. Ms. Wilson, you have a response?
I do. I have Sergeant Phillips here. Honorable Delegate T. Allen asked about the information regarding the dog cases that one of the prosecutors said she wouldn't take any dog cases. I'll have Sergeant Phillips answer that part of the discussion.
Good morning. This is Sergeant Phillips from the Western Agency. First of all, let me say, for giving us the time to address some of our grievances and receiving some of your feedback. It's been a pretty interesting meeting so far. But regarding the prosecutor's office, I work with 3 venues. I work with Tuba City, Keata, and Forest Lake, or Pinyon position, just got Jenny District Court, and a little bit of the Chinle. So this kind of attitude, not only do we face these in the different venues, the dog case wise, people, especially the elderly, rely on their livestock for income. And it's just a tradition to have livestock with them. And when something like this happens, it might not be anything to some of us, but to them it's catastrophic. And when you go out there and you do the report and you try to file on their behalf, and have a prosecutor who is not willing to accept the case, even though you have all the facts, it's very disturbing, especially when you have to interpret this to the elderly people. And so this prosecutor was in Keata, and her attitude was not professional. And, having encountered this, I have other cases pending in court that have been there for quite some time, and probably it's at the bottom of the list. PIs are more important than these complaints that we file. And so this is why really wanted to have a prosecutor on board within our department so that we could collaborate with them and they could present these cases in court on behalf of Navajo people that do own livestock and the other natural resource violations that we encounter. So I would really appreciate if somehow we can have this type of informal meeting again so that we can discuss these kind of subjects more in content. And I appreciate the time that you've given me, and I thank you.
And as far as answering the other portion of Delegate T. Allen Begay's concerns, you know, it would be great. You know, I always encourage my staff to get an education, to go on and pursue their degrees and stuff. And as you're aware, I wish I could pay tuition. You know, Sergeant Phillips and I had this discussion of maybe DPM has a set aside amount, you know, through the Personnel Lapse Fund, which allows for us to invest in our officers and help them pursue an education. Maybe have them, you know, maybe in lieu of certain training hours, have them go to school and receive credit for their schooling. And another issue I want to pursue with personnel is having like a supplemental, you know, pay for staff who do speak Navajo, who are able to communicate in Navajo, or even Spanish or any other foreign language that's out there, because with other agencies, they allow for that. They allow for compensation, you know, at a little higher rate if you do speak a foreign language. And as far as, you know, promotion, salary increases, when I came to the department, we were behind about 2 to 3 years in our performance evaluations, but we're all caught up now and everything's okay with that. However, each individual salary increase is based upon whether or not all of the department evaluations are turned in. So if one of us is missing an evaluation, then everybody suffers across the board is what happens according to the current DPM policy. And my staff have been penalized as a result of that policy because my evaluation has not been completed since I came to the department. My 90-day evaluation has not been completed along with my annual evaluation last year and my annual evaluation again this year. And I have brought it to the division director's attention. However, I was informed to do my own evaluations and submit it to them. So my workload being what it is, I haven't gotten around to completing my evaluations and submitting it to the division. So I hope to do that maybe within the next 2 weeks. I can get that done and hopefully resubmit paperwork to DPM requesting a step increase for my staff, those who rated at and exceed standards or higher. And as far as addressing the 638 program, possibly receiving funding, I'm sure that's a possibility for the department. However, as I stated, there is just me and the ASO who are the administrative staff here. And for us to receive funding, to go out there and do grant writing, seek out funding, and then have the funding awarded, administer it, I would need a contract person to do totally just that, to keep in compliance with the reports and those kind of things, because we do have funding allocated from the COPS grant. However, that's only related to equipment, and right now I have a sergeant who's not overseeing not only their district and their staff, but also submitting those reports to USDOJ. And, you know, what I have seen working at the division is that if departments start to receive 638 funding, then your general fund starts getting cut, is what happens. You know, I know AML has advocated for years from the division to request a portion of the general fund's allocation. However, they are told you receive your 638 funding, so therefore you don't get any general funding. It's what I've seen happen at that level, and I hope I've answered your question.
Delegate Begay, follow up?
Chairman, I mean, to a by it, when you did it today, when you what is the wishes of the program? To I see oh, could Navajo Nation base of it, that's ain't go. I mean, we gotta give and take that need us. I mean, how much more can we beef up? But yet at the same time, how much funding does the Navajo Nation have? I don't believe it's not necessarily in terms of grant writing, but this is specifically just similar to how we have contract with the Navajo Nation and BIA as a police department. So we could utilize the commissioning portion to justify to say that these rangers are now commissioned at the level of police officers. Now we're asking for you to start paying, give us funding for to pay for the rangers. I think that's the thing. It's not matter if you're gonna get approved or not approved based on your justified grant writing. I don't believe it doesn't go in that fashion. This is a sincere. This is not going to be done by the program, but this is more at the level of the president's office and the council, with the support by the oversight, which is the RDC, and then also by the division director in cooperation with the Mr. Delmar. I know that, I mean, please forgive me and don't mean to demean or looking down, but more of the division director really needs to step up, and the programs really need to advocate. We really need to advocate for the rangers. Within the program. So, I mean, again, Mr. Cordell Shorty program, and then some of the officers, at Washington, the Navajo Nation Washington office, and then we have a new Department of the Interior that would really, I think, now would be a good time to really advocate for these type of contracts, because when we go to DC, we always say that this is a treaty. We are a treaty tribe, and there's an obligation. What does our treaty say? I believe they indicated that they say that they'll assist with education as other necessity, and I believe that within the public safety. Rangers in the same line that the program but that's one thing I believe that you as a administrator would really need to start working with the division director, and then and pursue and how we can make recommendations. I don't hear that I next to Ada. How can your the program council can and look in these, or write a statement to the Department of Justice and see how we can pursue. Look at anything no, the avenue is utilize the court. I mean, that's one thing that the judicial branch will prevail in getting additional funding in the amount of $17 million, just because that they were denied of certain security contracts. So all these avenues, I think that the nation really just needs to be more adamant in seeking additional funding from the federal government, rather than just say that, well, we got the funding for the fiscal year, we'll just work, and then we'll just continue to advocate for additional funding when it comes to budget time again. Cycle, then that's the way I see program at time. I'm sure. I mean, but please don't get me wrong. But I'm sure that you guys are working and doing your best. But I always blame myself. I'm part of these discussions that as an oversight committee member, I always blame myself or put some responsibility on myself. But the only way that we can move forward is that there's a strong support and a strong recommendation by the programs. That's where we always look at to say, okay, we don't want to push and pressure a lot of these change of policy and pressure it onto programs to really disrupt their services. That's the one thing that we are cautious of. So ben na go e kwa ki ni hi aden tit au bohne zano tit au ilya simpiga jo ne jo ton ni do si jo take at 8 o ti tit an hi chen ho te do ti ne la peso ni chen o na a kwade. But there's no alternative way to say that, okay, if we don't succeed in this plan, what's the alternative plan that we're doing? Of course, those are some areas I believe that we really need to discuss, Chairman.
Okay, Hakoshi, Delegate Begay, again, thank you for the comments. Moving on, Ms. Wilson, the presentation you were giving, can we continue that?
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Okay, we'll move on. Another concern we had was cellular phone communication coverage. We were able to at least provide each ranger with a cellular phone. That way, if the radio is not working, we can, a backup method to communicate with them is via cellular phone. And this way, they're also able to contact complainants back, and we're able to give that phone number out to complainants if they need a copy of the report or something. They're able to interact with the ranger on a more frequent basis versus, in the past where they had to call the office, leave a message, and when the ranger comes to the office, they were able to communicate with them, but the communication has picked up. Another concern is lack of properly equipped units. Due to rangers not having arrest authority based on the opinions of certain individuals, they were never allowed to have cages installed in their units. So even if we were to arrest someone, we don't have the proper equipment to safely transport them to the jail. And so that's another issue we have. And the last one is this do more with less mentality that we talked about. Like I said, we're at the point where we can't, I can't cut any more people from my department, otherwise I'll be cutting field rangers out in the field. And, this do more with less for law enforcement, it's not feasible anymore. And, we're trying to do what we can do. We have calls for service that we need to answer, and due to the vast area of the Navajo Nation, we only allocate in our budget 1,500 miles per month per ranger. However, we exceed that, and we're going 2,200, 3,000 miles a month because, the individuals don't come to us to answer calls. We have to go to the residents. We have to go to the sheep camp. We have to go travel to them in order to respond to their calls for service. They don't come to our office and report their issues that they have. Challenges, like I said, we had the classification of the natural resource prosecutor position, and, that seemed like it was moving forward in the beginning, but, through the process, it never was classified. And, we tried to do our part here at Resource Enforcement, working with the prosecutors. I had Mr. Allen try to work with them, and it just didn't go anywhere. And this position wouldn't have only been for Resource Enforcement. It would have been for forestry, for fish and wildlife, for us, for EPA, all of the natural resource violations. That's what that position was being created for. And our ranger units, we're having issues with our ranger units because a lot of times the check engine light comes on, and we had to take them in for service, and that takes time because, fleet management doesn't have purchase orders in place, or they don't have enough technicians that they have, or they're only done on an appointment basis where we have to schedule 1 to 2 months ahead of time. And things have really become different now that COVID-19 is here, and that we have to all amend our schedules and, practice safe protocols and stuff. So what issues that we thought were prevalent before have just become compounded now that we have to deal with those kind of things. And we also had challenges with hiring, as Delegate Smith had highlighted, they had given us money for 7 ranger recruit positions. And out of those positions, for the Alamo position, we never received an applicant. In Huerfano, we had 2 applicants, and one didn't show up for the interview. The other applicant was interviewed. However, they did not pass the ranger recruit exam. Torreon, we had 2 applicants, the same 2 applicants who had applied for the Huerfano position. Chinle, we had 9 applicants who were referred, and 3 applicants did not show up for the interview. 6 were interviewed and completed the ranger recruit exam. And then 3 applicants successfully completed the exam, and selection was made for the Chinle position. But as you're aware, we were waiting for the background to be completed, and the funding expired at the end of FY 2020. Pinon had 1 applicant who was referred, and DRE interviewed the individual. However, they didn't pass the recruit exam as well. And then we interviewed, but DPM allowed us to utilize some of the Chinle applicants who did pass the recruit exam and the interview, and we were able to find someone for the Pinon position. Copper Mine had 2 applicants who were referred and interviewed. We're waiting the exam results to determine if one was hired, and then 1 was selected. However, the position expired as well. The Low Mountain position, 1 had 4 applicants were referred. 1 showed up late for the interview, was not interviewed. 3 applicants were interviewed, and recruit exam was administered. We're waiting for the scoring exam. But once we have the selected individuals, another roadblock we're running into is that I don't have anybody certified on staff to complete the background portion of the selection process. And you guys are well aware that for a law enforcement officer position, they go through an extensive background check. And we were hoping to work with public safety and have them complete our backgrounds for us as related to Navajo Nation Post, because we're all supposed to be working together. However, public safety told us they were too busy to conduct our backgrounds for our staff, so we were unable to hire for those positions. But if you go on, it's the CODI statistics. This is a breakdown of activity codes in our system related to investigations, permits, patrols, training meetings, and special assignments regarding our staff and what they're doing out in the field. But that's just for information purposes. Does anybody have any questions?
Committee members, questions? If not, then we can proceed again. Ms. Wilson?
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Walker. Moving on to administrative issues. We touched upon this.
Chairman Kealan.
Okay, hold on, Ms. Wilson. Delegate Begay?
Chairman, is it possible to elaborate more on her decision-making, getting additional funding? I don't know. I mean, I just have an issue with just a simple statement. Staff the ranger seen that is Nabayat hit Johan Nabik Johnson hit a Kodik a base on our right. That's the key thing in this program and any program on the Navajo Nation. I laid out IEC Hajo Australia go Coponet Zanglat a quacket shin in Linatishna hit all Australia Bohonet Zanto Lichtid on behalf of our rangers that we have sufficient resources, sufficient funding to get where we need to be, because the area that this needs to be as far as 638 to Bayashki Pohonet Zash. And I'm here to help to start coordinating if needs to be. And then on your plan of operation, Dik Akodo enforcement Niniki, a lot of them shall the Baka in it. So a lot of these cases just goes unanswered. Don't need any. A call. Do we need to review the policy to say that they has on when ego go let the la because even up to the administration right now we're not following the policy because it indicates that each administrators and each rangers needs to be commissioned because so all the administration has to be commissioned to that ego be us so qadan hisna ko ito nahaba al dot so does this mean that could we have like the I don't know if the division directors online and even from the president's office are they online and see what their response is? You see, because answer the don is not that the don is like oh how do we as an oversight committee to stay and help the program to the executive branch? I mean, can we back up again? Specifically funding the avenue to get additional funding. What area has been done? What area has a program approach? Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Delegate Begay. Okay, so taking a few steps back, Ms. Wilson, the question, concern being raised on pursuing possible additional funding and resources, and suggested or brought up was the 638 contracting for law enforcement. In that arena, can Rangers be funded by 638 contracting? And because they are commissioned officers, the question from Oversight Committee, if you can speak to them. There's a couple other minor questions Delegate Begay asked. Ms. Wilson?
Thank you, Delegate Begay. As far as funding, the department over the years has just had the general fund and then also the livestock custody fund. However, as I stated, the custody fund was transferred over to Department of Agriculture. And under that funding, the funding isn't allocated for like training or personnel or costs associated with the department. That funding is only to be used for the seizures and, veterinary fees over there, repairs and maintenance on trailers. It pays for the annual maintenance agreement on the Cody contract, those kind of things. And the department has submitted unmet needs over the years. Even before I got here, there were unmet needs that were submitted. And what I understand is that they go to the division. And once the division receives them, they do a ranking system based upon what they believe is the priority for the division. And from there, it's included in a packet, and then it goes over to your offices over there. But once it reaches the division level, it's really at their discretion what we submit to the Resources Committee. Oftentimes, our requests come back and we're told that they're unrealistic. Our request is unrealistic, and that we have to change it to meet whatever the division wants us to submit. So that's how that process works. And we did submit funding requests when the CARE Act funding was given to the nation, and we did submit a request to the division, and we were never given any funding for the department. So after that happens time and time again, you get to the point of why submit anything? We're not getting anything anyway. As far as 638 funding, that's something I would have to have a discussion with Cordell Shorty at Contracts and Grants about, as to how we go about requesting funding through 638 for our department. I guess that's a letter that Dr. Shabala will have to endorse, as well as the Office of the President. So those are discussions that we would have to have with them in terms of how we're going to pursue 638 funding, because as far as I am aware, the department has never had 638 funding.
Okay, Delegate Begay, follow-up questions?
Chairman, let me have the other committee members ask questions again.
Okay, committee members, Sunanta, Resource Development Committee. Any questions, comments up to this point as far as the presentation and some of the issues that are raised here by various committee members? Yata, Sunanta. We will proceed with the presentation. Ms. Wilson.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Our next section is administrative issues, and this we've highlighted, and the committee has brought to our attention, time and time again regarding personnel pay grades. And what happened was when the nation had their personnel pay grade assignment, they requested each individual employee to complete a list of duties that they do in the course of their job, and all of that was compiled and it was reviewed by a consultant, and then they determined the pay grades for each individual position throughout the Navajo Nation. So currently the hourly rate for a ranger is $13.92. And we did a comparison between Ranger Recruit, Ranger Sergeant, Police Recruit, Police Officer, Senior Police Officer, Police Sergeant. And that's on the next page if you look at it. And if you do the comparison, the entry level for a Ranger Recruit is $10.77, but for a Police Recruit it's $19.78. A Ranger position is $13.95 entry level, and a Police Officer is $24.21. And even if you were to go to a conservation officer position, it's $18.06 as entry level. Forestry service officers are $15.17. An environmental recruit is $16.53. An environmental law officer is $19.29. An environmental sergeant is $24.84, and a ranger sergeant is $21.03. So then if you do a comparison regarding bordering states, we looked up National Park Rangers, $14.47 entry level. Arizona Fish and Wildlife, $18.61. New Mexico Livestock Board is $17.98. New Mexico Fish and Game is $22.41. Colorado Game and Fish, $23.96. Utah Game and Fish, $26.93. Utah Livestock Agent, $24.14. Police Range Assistant, $16.70, and BIA law enforcement officers are $28.45. So you can see the pay disparity between what a recruit is paid, a ranger sergeant position. So we are still working extensively on our PCQs. We completed them, we sent them to DPM, they reviewed them, they had questions, so they sent it back to us, and we have been working on it on our side to hopefully answer all of their questions and address their concerns that they have. So we're hoping to, maybe within the next month, we'll turn it back to DPM for their review and assessment on their side regarding the pay grades. And if you look, the next slide is Rangers and Records Clerk. This is kind of what I already highlighted before regarding the 6 ranger positions that were funded. The records clerk was never classified. Building, we talked about this as well. DRE needs their own standalone secure building where all equipment, weapons, impound yard are all in one area. The DRE law enforcement complex should include office space, evidence rooms, storage facilities, training facilities, computer resource room, firing range, weight and training room, and barracks, an area for the housing of trailers, ATVs, UTVs, and other equipment. Are there any questions?
Committee members, questions? If not, then we move on, proceed. Ms. Wilson?
Thank you, Delegate Vice Chair. We'll go into the enforcement issues now.
Hold on, Ms. Wilson, hold on. Delegate Begay, question?
Yes, delaying jumping in, just don't want to jump ahead of the other committee members who may have questions. So at each segment, I'll allow other committee members to ask questions before me, though, just to be fairness. Personnel pay grade, the NINIKI needs to be reevaluated, to be compensated. And maybe one area that maybe surrounding similar positions, what is the average? I mean, 1392. Ashani 1392 is entry level because Khalid Ala deep maybe department personnel office thoughts maybe they haven't do a study. I mean, okay, now who do we ask and say that? Because who does the reevaluate? Who does that? Who will do that? I mean, any question? Okay, my question is that who is going to do this? Who is going to ask for it? Or has it been done? The actual perform on the field on a daily basis, that's a good justification. Oh, but how is it in other areas? Have you looked into it? Not just comparing to the Navajo Nation police officers, but the actual work, because the police officers have a different duties than a ranger in a way. But how do we justify that this is an adequate entry level? But this is entry level because. But what's the highest that you guys have right now as far as a ranger sergeant? Because a ranger recruit, a ranger, and a ranger sergeant. I call Khalid pay scale again. Hallelujah. Have you asked for it? Then I don't this chairman.
Okay, Ms. Wilson, respond.
Thank you, Delegate Key Allen Begay, for those comments. As I said, well, the way these things were done back in like 2002, the Navajo Nation hired a consultant to look at the overall pay grade status for all positions under the Navajo Nation. And each employee was requested to write down their duties and responsibilities and submit that to DPM. So all that information was collected by DPM, and the consultant determined the pay grades based upon what was submitted to them. And from what I understand and have been told is that the rangers, ranger sergeants, lieutenants, they were only given a day or two to complete this assignment of writing down all their job duties and everything they do. And all of that was compiled and it was given to DPM. And from there, they decided what the pay rate was according to whatever was submitted. I don't have access to what was submitted back then. I don't know what everybody wrote down as their duties and responsibilities. So what we are doing now at Resource Enforcement is that we are aware the pay grade is too low. And in order for personnel to relook at that, in order for them to evaluate it again and say that maybe this isn't right, is that we have to submit the PCQs again to personnel management. And that's what we did. Last year, I started out with giving the assignment to each ranger sergeant to go back to their districts and their rangers and tell them to fill out this PCQ form that's on the personnel website. So, and then write down everything you do, I told them. Write it all down. So they did that. And then some of the instructions between the sergeant and the ranger was a little bit different than what I had asked them to do. So we sat down and I told them that we're going to schedule meetings with each individual ranger. And we're going to go over with you word by word exactly what you do. So we sat down with them, and it took about 2 to 3 hours per ranger to go over this and to have them complete the whole application. And it asks you, what certifications do you need? What training do you need? What's the most difficult part about your job? What's the least difficult part about your job? How much percentage do you do on administrative tasks? What's the percentage you do on enforcement issues? What's the percentage you do regarding training? They asked all these questions. So we sat down and we did that. And then we compiled everything. We went over everything with each individual ranger, and they signed and said that this is what I want to submit on my behalf to personnel. So we submitted all of that to personnel. And from there, they looked at it, they reviewed it, and then they sent it back to us and said they have questions in certain areas. This part's not clear to me. I don't know about this part. Can you elaborate on this issue? So we sat down with the ranger sergeants again, and I told them that we got them back. And this time, they want us to compile it all into one position classification questionnaire. And they want us to answer it on one form, and then they're going to review it based upon that for the ranger and then the ranger sergeant position. So, you know, my staff all think differently. They all have different thought processes. They have different educational levels. So what I did is that we sat down the sergeants. We started working on the sergeant position again. So we combined everybody's answers into one form. So we have that one form, and we have like about, I think, 21 pages of duties and responsibilities that each ranger sergeant is responsible for. So we're cutting and pasting, we're reviewing, we're saying this is saying the same thing, let's take this part out, this makes more sense, this is what we're doing, you know, and there's a lot of things that they don't put into their job description that need to be in there. For instance, you know, they forget about the administrative stuff with their P card reporting, with, you know, submitting monthly reports, you know, because a lot of them just submit monthly and quarterly reports. But I tell them you have to be specific in terms of what you're thinking as reports, because what you think of as reports is different than what personnel thinks of as reports. And I explained to them, personnel probably watches TV, and the cases are solved within 1 hour, and that's what they think your work is, that you get done in 1 hour, and the case is solved, prosecution's done, the person's arrested, and everybody goes home, and they're happy. I said, we know that's not how your work is. So you need to document step by step extensively what you do, like when you say you're checking an annual hauling permit. What do? Do you just say, okay, yes, you have it, and you go down you let the person go? I said, no. You verify the name. You verify the brand on there. You verify the dates on there. You verify the ownership documents. You verify whether or not it's a state brand versus a tribal brand. There's all these things you have to cross-check just to do that. And even when you check a fishing license, there's a number of steps you go through to do that. When you go to an archaeological site, you verify exactly step by step what you guys do. And I told them, you're shortchanging yourself when you're saying, I just go to the archaeological site and I check this for any disturbance. So as part of this process, I told them to explain it to DPM like you're explaining it to a second grader. From beginning to end, exactly what do you do? What does your job encompass? How do you do evidence tagging? So there's this whole process that we're going through. So the Ranger Sergeant position, I believe we got halfway in terms of going over, combining things regarding that. And then the Ranger position, I went ahead and combined everybody's response into one form. And we haven't gotten back to meeting on that yet. So we need to go back. What we're going to do is the sergeants and I are going to go look over that whole Ranger classification of everything that was submitted regarding their duties and whatnot. And then we're going to put it into one form. And then from there, we have to go back to the Rangers and sit down with them again and tell them, this is exactly what we did, this is what we combined, this is what we took out, this is what we're moving forward with. Are you guys fine with it? So once we all come to agreement again as to exactly what we want to submit to DPM, then we're going to submit that to DPM. And then they're going to look at what we submitted according to whatever their classification is there. So that's what we're working on regarding the position classification questionnaire. That's where the status of it is that it's still in our court now in terms of what we need to get done. We need to revise it, eliminate any redundancies, combine it, and then submit it back to DPM for their consideration.
Delegate Begay, do you have any follow-up questions?
Chairman, I don't know if our advisor is still listening in. Ms. Begay, Shami, Ado, our legislative council, maybe send a statement to the division director or to the Department Personnel Office, specifically when this particular current salary was in place. And I know on an annual basis, the Navajo Nation allocates or make an adjustment for salaries, staff across the Navajo Nation. When was the last time that the park ranger, the rangers, I said park ranger because I was looking at the website, what their entry levels and park ranger 4, the max is about almost 31 or up to 52,000 per year. I don't know if that's the same level as ours. But anyway, late all Ecuador, because again, when we were on Law and Order Committee, the last council, we pushed hard, even though he didn't end. We pushed to make recommendation for increased salary at certain level. That fell through. Without it, us doing that, I don't know if current police officers have never received a drastic. I think it was a 10,000 increase in their salary. But gradually, Ecuador, salary, park ranger at the same level, left it in Danish. ako ebe bit na salary set ilia go ebe bit na ikoto nisi peso o to hata dit ni ki that be bonnet sans son addition, and I believe that dropping legislation will only get things going and get things done. Maybe our legislative council can start drafting legislation to say that we're increasing salary utilizing the unallocated, what is that called, personnel lapse fund. For the next 2 years while we, the Navajo Nation, looks into see if they could be able to get additional fundings from other outsourced. I mean, this may be too radical to do it, but they all cut the shinit out or sit now say that door by near go 8 then. So what ela or not see that or other bana who intend to other or at it all hot office under the arch. Call a baby and go a cut department personnel that's not so keep it go anticipate of support for a salary increase for all the rangers, even though that they're vacant. I mean, that would again would probably start attracting, but with qualification, RDC members need clinic. But again, I'd like to hear directly if they're not on the line, department personnel, other legislative council. I know Ms. Khan is out for the week, but I don't know who's assigned to this committee during her absence. But what that's it's urgent it's on ehos and on that's not the so additional chairman this salary issue.
Okay, question. Delegate Gay, advisor, Mr. Gay. You find out who's on the call with us as far as someone from DNR, the DPM, and then who's assisting us from Office of Legislative Counsel today to maybe speak to some of these questions here and perhaps take some requests or directives. Mr. Gay.
Mr. Vice Chair, first of all, I believe Kristen Lowell is advising the committee today, legal advisement. And I will see if I can reach out to Resita Toddy to get on the line. If not, Dr. Fowler. Vangie Curley Thomas might be on the line. She's the deputy to the division director. They may be on the line. Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you, advisor, Office of Legislative Counsel, Ms. Lowell. I guess
Vice Chair,
we would seek your guidance in forming some of these questions or requests to the divisions or departments on salaries and pay for positions of ranger, how to properly address or adjust such that I think the committee is interested in doing that and getting some answers or responses on what is the official, I guess, levels of those pay rates, and then when the last time that was adjusted. Ms. Lowell?
Okay, Vice Chair. This is Kristen Lowell speaking. I can certainly look into that and start doing some initial research. Just as a reminder, in order to draft legislation, a delegate would need to officially put in a request through the Office of Legislative Counsel, either in hard copy format or through the electronic submission process. And I'm happy to provide those documents if needed. So the first thing I need to do is look at the personnel lapse fund legislation and see what requirements and provisions are in there regarding using them for pay increases. So let me do that and see if I can get some response back to you, Vice Chair.
Okay, that would be appreciated, Ms. Lowell. And while you do that, then we will continue to discuss the matter. Is there anyone from Natural Resources, Division of Natural Resources? Vanjie Thomas, if you're on the call, maybe you can speak to some of the questions here. Now, DPM, Dr. Fowler or Ms. Toddy, if you're on the call, let us know you're on the call. Although while they're being paged, we can also continue with the presentation. Ms. Wilson.
Thank you, Vice Chair Walker. Moving on to enforcement issues. There's a distinction between administrative, civil, and criminal matters. Administrative is homesite regulations, grazing dispute resolution, land disputes. Civil is livestock hauling permit violations, livestock health permit violations, trespass, introducing of livestock. And then criminal is theft, livestock and property, poaching, archaeological, cultural looting, criminal damage, fish and wildlife, and forestry violations. And these are just some examples. It doesn't encompass everything. But one of our really main concerns regarding enforcement is ranger authority. Ranger authority has always been an issue for some prosecutors. When a ranger issues a citation related to fish and wildlife and forestry, the prosecutor usually questions the authority and therefore cannot present the case because rangers do not have that authority. And in the presentation document, I sent 3 attachments as well. One of them is the legal opinion from Robert Allen regarding ranger authority. One is Roger Shirley, the prosecutor, his opinion regarding ranger authority, and another is a DOJ opinion regarding ranger authority. So those are all opinions that have been provided over the years regarding what rangers can and can't do. What are our arrest powers? Can we enforce Titles 14 and 17? Do we have right to search and seizure, weapons violation? But, that's reading you guys have there. Along that comes with that is, as Delegate Smith talked about, with Federal Special Law Enforcement Commission. The Department of Resource Enforcement is a law enforcement entity within the Division of Natural Resources. Ranger are commissioned law enforcement officers who enforce the mandated laws and regulations of the Navajo Nation. We are lacking the Federal Commission Special Law Enforcement Commission, SLEC, which enables rangers the authority to deal with crimes committed by non-Indian violators on the Navajo Nation. SLEC enables rangers the authority to deal with crimes committed by non-Indian violators on the Navajo Nation. Prosecution will take place at the federal level with the Assistant United States Attorney. Today, we're informed by the Department of Justice to escort the violators off the nation without any enforcement action being taken against them. Example, non-Indians selling at flea markets need to have a peddler's permit and the looting of archaeological artifacts across the Navajo Nation. Cross-commissioning of rangers to enforce laws in Eastern Agency, because Eastern Agency has a variety of land status, from state land, BLM, land allotments, parks, and private land. When crime occurs on these lands, other than tribal lands, arraignment, appointment, and setting date and time prolongs our investigations. So as a part of that, what we're doing with our Central and Eastern Rangers is having them commissioned through the state of New Mexico. That way, there's no question of any authority, whether or not they have a right to be on allotted lands or tribal ranches and those kind of things. That way, we can just move forward with that process. The next issue is illegal burials. There was an incident in Gap Ottaway chapter where a family reported an illegal burial next to their residence. The funeral had already taken place and the police had already responded to the complaint. The problem we face is that the land administration's regulations regarding burials, home site leases are based on administrative remedies, not codified laws that can be enforced. The reporting party was informing that they should be filed for a restraining order to prevent the burial prior to the burial occurring. Laws have to be codified in order for any law enforcement agency to act upon them. And regarding burials, there's no one clearinghouse that accepts these complaints. I've gotten reports from, reported via email from Department of Agriculture, from a local grazing official. It's reported via phone call from the division director. I was given a letter from Michael Halona of Navajo Land Department, and then we get some reports referred from police department to us. So on these, there needs to be a clearinghouse or guidance as to where these complaints are addressed and directed to. And we did participate in the conference call regarding illegal burials, and we're compiling our comments regarding the burial policy, and that will be submitted to Mr. Halona and Ms. Yazzie at General Leasing. And then in regards to home site leases, there's in the home site regulations, it talks about transportation permits are needed for these sheds that are being brought onto the Navajo Nation. And the issue is becoming more prevalent as more people are buying these sheds to live in, as they are low-cost alternatives for housing. Again, the problem is widespread throughout the Navajo Nation. It is understood that there is a transportation permit required to bring a shed onto the nation. However, it's not enforced at the port of entry. The land administration needs to work with the state entities to mandate and regulate this issue. The Department of Resource Enforcement does not have personnel to monitor this activity. And then comes into another issue is home site leases. There's no home sites. There's individuals residing outside their 1 acre area. There's rodeo arenas on home site leases. There's businesses on home site leases. Some individuals are blocking access roads to home site leases, probate status of home site leases, destruction of home site construction, expired and canceled home site leases, incomplete applications and administrative process for dispute resolution. Mr. Halona has talked about this with the committee before, saying that in his regulations, he has compliance officers. However, he hasn't been funded for compliance officers throughout the years. So he's receiving these complaints from individuals, from the public. And on our side, what we were doing is that we were helping him going out there in terms of saying yes or no, it is going on. Like, let's say an individual has a home site, but their neighbor is blocking their road access, or they're taking out their fence when they build a fence, or they're, like if they're trying to build a foundation, they're destroying the foundation. So we're going out and then doing a report for him and then providing that report. And from there, he makes a decision as to yes or no, it's going on. But what ultimately ends up happening is that we have to tell the complainants that they need to file a restraining order against this individual who keeps taking out their fence, even though, the neighbor has a right to be there. They have a home site lease, but maybe the neighbor doesn't approve of them being there. So there's all of these domestic disputes and issues that are going on regarding home site leases. So we did have a work session with Mr. Halona, and we did go over all the home site lease regulations and everything, and we talked with him about it. So another issue is livestock trespass. Most complaints received are for livestock coming onto the home site lease area that are fenced or fences that are in need of repairs. The livestock are no longer at the location on our arrival, so verifying ownership is not possible. There is perception today that grazing permittees own the land and can basically keep people and animals out of those areas, they claim. Public education is required as to land status being open range, not private property. An individual in Black Mesa started blocking roads alleged to have killed cattle and horses that came onto his land. And other issues regarding this is like in-laws bringing in livestock from other districts. Livestock owners with state brands bringing their livestock onto the Navajo Nation and graze on the open range. Exotic animals being brought onto the Navajo Nation, for instance, llamas and other things. Does anybody have any questions?
Okay, Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Questions, committee members, questions and comments? Any questions, committee members, or any comments? Ateno, iya, nasandole. Proceed, Ms. Wilson.
Yeah. Chairman Callan.
Okay, hold on. Tatula, Delegate Begay. Go ahead.
Again, Dinan on the Shiki, Joe H. got in the Bayel with the land department. And I don't know if Mr. Halona is on the line or Ms. Yazi. Akoko Jut Anhit Kujet Nishas Ajiki Kalodia Rangers Authority Niniki Jut Ajiki Job Behos and Mayat Nana Quaki being commissioned Johnny. There's a statement. There was a memo that was sent to Mr. Delmargate. Ako aje DC on the jo ahozi ta chun elaho hahola ahozi la. So that way, H Aja Ahos and Coco H A paper nash 80 Hodge and a hot key paper net no that's upon net that's and so addition chairman a Coco. Is it possible to get a response from Mr. Delmar or the Visual Public Safety regarding the Navajo Nation Peace Officer Standard and Training Certification Commission? Nikki? This this memo was just only sent Friday at night yet. Friday at I don't know if they have time to review it or if they have a response. So Georgia Abe not to go a kodo or to lat enforcement Niki HAP and not take other pay on the store day. A call what all a benash. I'm a chairman. So I'm not sure how if they had any response as of now. If not, what more can we do to make this happen? Kodo not the enforcement issue no by yati. Now, and then only if the Department of the Judicial Branch. I thought is on like Shoyat indeed administrative, civil, and criminal. Is there any specific dedicated judge, or how are they managing these particular issues? Because I because I know. We're having issue for the land the farmland area. I know there's a lot of backlog of probates. Backlog. No, it takes several years. No, but at the same time, I believe that we have sufficient judges out there because enforcement a lot of time, I guess that's the reason why a lot of our Navajo people says that, well, I may get it, but I don't think it's going to fall through. Activities that the the notion that, well, nothing's going to happen, even though if I get a citation because of the court or backlog, that's it. sato lahit now, on the other hand, I sincerely believe that the Navajo Nation, and this is where a grazing rep had an issue of, for them not having an input. Maybe at the same level, some of our local grazing officials are working at the same level as a ranger, enforcing and identifying a lot of these situations at the local level. Chapter has on you the car withdrawing lands and getting the okay, especially with the grave site. Maybe that's an area where rather than having the Navajo Nation trying to fix this, I mean, I think there really needs to be a sit down with all the mortuaries that surrounds the Navajo Nation to say that, okay, I mean, these are mandated and this is the policy that you have to follow. Ego ko edo ko det o bol no haniki net na cho ta net ko in the archit all the equator ticket ne I know a lot of them utilizes the family plot to get to do the burial for their family, and then some communities don't have their own community cemeteries, and then they resort to another community cemetery. Again, the government, Navajo Nation government, ourselves, we don't really develop these certain services or community projects. Kit na nature hati quiet since oti non bekit na neta, but at the same time the Navajo Nation is not providing some of these sufficient resources. Just like the prime example is illegal trash dumping, and I kept saying that why can't the Navajo Nation develop a system where they have trash bin or garbage collection or something of that nature. But yet the Navajo people continue to dump their trash in the wash. It's a good justification to say that you have a solid waste transfer, or you can dump your trash over here. That's justifiable to say that, hey, but if you don't have this resource, if you don't have if you don't have transfer stations or anything for trash dumping, then of course the Navajo people will resort to dumping these trash anywhere they choose to do. But yet, your illegal dumping. No, but yet, I mean, just imagine if there's, like, for example, mini funds. All they have is a transfer station. Just recently in that but yet you have community members that live more than 15 or 20 miles to get to these locations. I mean, the cheapest way to get rid of these trash is just to dump it nearby, then utilize so much money, resource, and so on to dump the trash. So anyway, again, my point is that halet ala eti kodo dik enforcement niniki yinad nishiki lat o enforcing it, but at the same time, how do you help in asking and enforce the government to say that, okay, I mean, we have all these problems. And then on the other, and then another area that we really need to understand as well is that at homes. That's the reason why I believe the RDC should really reevaluate the home site lease issue, because it goes to several areas, and I know it's going to be lengthy for me to discuss this. Or make an example. But again, legally, it is held in trust by the federal government. But if you go back in history, kong ko plagana to konda de heta isi he isi pent e chun hi kwa ki sa ke honi in de no ko ada hol just in data ko shiti ka be has ani ati no I got na ye ko be yil just then at the same time we're teaching our young kids that they did on nata is still did up Washington besat that kong ke no kong at to big ha ko do sada hamas and then hit no la ko jet ni na so ko yan then here we're beginning to be like the US government to say that did out a count either list did out a kwa again rando list na but did no hit nan lindiki be na natures what I'm trying to say is that we're really not looking at the Navajo Nation cultural aspect of how we live and how they how their daily lives. You got the met the bed door baker she don't see it out so baba sa da holo niniki hot especially the best to ebe ina do sa to be nei bi chi yang sa yus no ko again nan ka da gi sa be bad then that actually ni ya sa hosonde ko to nan liniki it's on la yes that so the ko age go she be has only be hit in about nei ko age. Because those are some areas I think that the Navajo Nation government is really lacking to have a full understanding of these culture and tradition. The home site listed is it really required? I mean, is really that really confined them to only that location? So these are the areas. I'm not saying that your program is, but you are enforcing this. But this is just in general is what I'm talking about. Yes, this falls back on us as legislators. Because only ban CK so be pass any benango because only be enforced other dick shit housing ningin that kunana kon hikoje NHA that a Navajo Nation government kon hit never but safety need but konka that zone that the chick go hard shot next that or the only that they can afford is these shed housing they got to be inspected and they got to go through the port of entry. Not that we're just really putting a lot of factors just so that our Navajo people could live comfortably where they call home. But yet without their input, and that's what I would say, that without their input, you has only big in the band couldn't hear a copen late all the enforcement issues the administrative, the civil, and the criminal a lot of them deals with the way the Navajo Nation lives. Later, what I see, but we will really deny that it only cities on alone that it naked hat indo list and the permit be nagan could I again that's your property could the better now what gay that then that's a bit needle on that's what this season so then this case the ship I'm making the statement directly to ourselves. RDC members need Liniki. If you look at these enforcement issues, a lot of time based on underneath long and because on it they'll put up and push ego because on it where it's not really a real issue across the Navajo Nation. Case go locally. Have you guys reached out how each of the chapters could be able to help with these local issues? I mean, where could the rangers be able to have the farm board deal with a certain issue permits, have the local grazing official deals with it, where the local chapter can deal with these issues. You guys don't have to look at all 110 communities donation so additional data so enforcement issue I think that the main one is the grazing issue and home site lease, and then the burial. I think those are the major area that I think we continue to try to remodify those particular areas. So it would be very nice if the rangers themselves or the program would really provide an input and recommendation how we can resolve these issues. Not to say that I mean, what is the solution? What is it that we can really do to help ourselves in resolving these issues? That way, we don't have every bit of issues that the rangers has to be dealing with. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Delegate Gay, for a number of issues you've raised, and along the way you've made some requests going to division directors. Ko e nat a ni je dos nego e hein ji ko kui go shin ko ko ai cha na ban jit o khai ga hat ni se ko da jit za na natural ji ko da khai ga hat na. So I don't know if we have some callers added on. Mr. Helona, are you on the call? Mr. Dr. Shabala, Mike Helona and Dr. Shabala. The earlier mention was Jesse Delmar, Director Delmar. So there are some specific questions going to these individuals who are clearly in a position to speak to the matters that we're discussing here in this report. Dr. Shabala, he did range enforcement bandit, but mainly position of ranger. Banan ohni pasulahagi ba yadelti benaidik oyo sahot ohni ki oyo to I see chibe the holoda what ended and hot igi quite bebin on shiki ohni liado be holoda yenda install the chot echo quite bebe tahilna adot to go what naganda shiki she codenizan then that quina da she bijunas lagi public heta holia ko a peso tendo yada nela cho takidi neko na honation clinic ko sido besma an na state che ni sido ko dan kita han don sido ka kwati ne kwai da na habiki yati ki Dr. Shabala, the ranger ohni pa lagi yena nishigi adon da bitna lahaki to kwaito tala che de hot apai to la adot ashin ta bananit akospiga Washington contract date self-determination contract 638 or yeki that just by yeki to that yat what ego is lahaki da yat so the peso da ahondo the rangers positions were contracted positions it by yaki not edo not adod le kishi de ko kadedo ba yaki do ade nakhada zabahan si shinna Dr. Shabala. So you have the floor. Bekel ne yashi get Mike Alona so kaya ajibike this kaya chon the ben hazani that heki to baha yes then ranger yanad shigi a pedet kaya ado last week tali the burial plots, those cemeteries. Just na hot or na I tango na hot iye did about nana dinan ranger nan niki bin nache. So I don't know how to be in shot no she yeah Mr. Halona. Hey what the Dr. Shabala? You might be on mute. Unmute yourself, *6.
Yeah, Shanant, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Could I don't Houston all morning. I don't the Queen Division of Natural Resources. Angie Thomas, Robert Allen, I don't and Thomas Walker Jr. Listen, I none to keep it, not at this kid, I know.
Ako siya at asa nandes kito in kito asa siya na. Kiel begins to the. If you can summarize your question for Dr. Shabala, I think it's best coming from you. Otherwise, I'd just be saying he said, she said, and that. So to the question he can't you.
Chairman, Ado Kudo RDC member, Ado Shanada, the Kialan, Mr. Shabala, Division Director in Linigi. And as you know, that today we're talking about the resource enforcement program. Called the Creek Machine, she's still she's doing a good job in presenting a lot of these issues to us. But my question back to, I know I'm not trying to put her in an awkward position to where she has to disclose how many areas that they're facing. But I know a lot of time it does fall with the division directors, decision making, and even at the council level that we may have overlooked their program, which is obvious that because they're asking for additional funding. So anyway, I'm not here to blame or anyone, but my point and my questions is that what is the division director and the executive director, executive branch doing in addressing a lot of these issues? Because there's a lot of lack of resource, lack of funding, and a lot of the situation that they're in. As a division director, bayan and dohit alaba ilnehla dohit alaba ahot za do listik at adot o nikichet adot o ben hazne ado anane liao na hot adat atindet hot edo lesiki la bet go ila isiki ilia to pa ilia lan jondo lesson so addition one area is that pretty thin personnel office that because when was the last time that they had a good discussion about having a raise or change of the funding based on liniki public pay raise that's just like we've done with the Navajo Nation Police Department and then the Dashti Resource Commission job at the needn't have you talked with the division director, Mr. Delmar, of why the rangers are not being certified or commissioned? The plan of operation, the last 2016 that Ani go 80 commissions at all next up to the administration level because ko eda khale 11 na eda ti hunza tit o ho ko late ben na that we have a lack of a personnel of ranger na that's to yita ne clinic ben na that's ho ya which is like that's ben na go na to ne landa inista because of the qualification that they require is required, but yet they have a low pay scale. So these are some areas Khalid all in as a division director, because I like to move forward. The one area I give is, well, actually two areas, the pay raise. Happy to thought because the only way that we get things going is if we disrupt legislation. So I may ask the committee with their support to drop it, not necessarily me, but one of the committee members can drop a legislation for a salary increase, a better entry level, and so on. Out of the evaluation and the promotion process, and the shit, because a lot of time our Navajo people just goes to work and then it's just a matter for them to look to retirement with only maybe a simple pay raise and no much of a promotion or benefits at them, or because they'll be involved with maybe some hazard situation because the compensation with those areas, what benefits do we have? Do they have? Maybe at the same level as a police officer. In the security contracts, but Aliago goes stop Bonet, so to snow the Kodoba night desk kit. That age is by yes, what age is by Papa yes, because the Nago at the end, the administration level, though all of rangers are equipped adequately go into a Kodobe has on Niki and the Navajo Nation enforce each need on list. Although the situation that there's only 4 or 3 districts could there be a revised plan of operation to say that could there be each rangers organized in the 5 agency, each agency what has stop traditional by yesterday because there's a lack of administrative building, there's a lack of a building that they work out of. Buildings better than buildings no. So I made a recommendation to judicial complex. There's one in Tuba, Chinley, and Crown Point. Oh, you on you want to can I so the land he don't need this con don't ask that don't have that other people done that so that is the bonnet such as no the recommend that that's abanasha ko a night district Mr. Shabala. So those are some major areas that I really like for us to discuss and see how we can move forward in addressing this particular issue. I like this to be resolved, and I like to have a to-do list by the end of this discussion that things will be start rolling by tomorrow, and asking our legislative council to develop several legislations if it needs to be, and then have certain meetings with the BIA or security contracts, and even with the judicial branch regarding a lot of these backlog of citation being heard at the court level. So let me stop right here, Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Delegate Begay. Sana, Dr. Shabala, you have the floor.
Yeah, RDC committee members the Nostanigi do the house aren't the house Rudy Shabala. Is she around the Division of Natural Resources, Executive Director, Nazlinda, Nasha, Shamasani, Shamaha, in Nashjals, Shia has lean. Kodoni Katoshi has lead sleep besnaya the better around the baker she do that to sana pasta cheese that hoda ben hakki at the misnaya ara khatal ye biche at in around the sto hashin so is ashki yajin shlo kama ligob lakana bashasha nas is Sentes the ko age asal pahad sto around the aro ikhato to ikha aro the next is active the next in hatta age became state on easy aro khaji even it oji as now basically the not possible the around the nakitata it all the betania the latest is this barrage on the shia around the tanal gloshi kaya around then never kaya or the belkhaz and the select it ananish around the big testi around the araba hoyado sahon il the nenda isigi just up it's allow just she nasnes a coco dash sto da is sta now askedan da later beta freshness na kanta tata nati beta aro a honis a din hapike nisinant ai panta ji nestaro is ananal aro sat aro te a haga aro shishana shish inigito osna stapike da nanta te a hanana ta don sido pesmas antanal sinigi ashigi ta nacht en khaen sein khanda I nesto eti na khaje ni nanishin das in ni da doch nish ashi as khata teils nishadon do shadon shessa ya das sayda khata is no nas nata so doch akut the neck at on the start nepa de nis a koho di at bandit inigi bandat inigi resource enforcement department that's in sta aro ahostre is bahos thought na benant teno apede dadlish rangers and linigi apede up sa sergeant acting law thought na khala hot an dadlish a call tashto yes ni tato sataniki besendel national trasnadnes nedo ja do jego but azen na tosen dan degito iska salaya iska criminal justice ja iska do eben nashe right ban sata no naspatelt ado quite in harness dado rangers in covenant asli ado stay hol stod nan asin the quigo do nes natino and das adon lebich as like that adon das nishigi bichita that ashi bel do bakach into quiet and neat yes catch G adon that peso that then nil khot an ha hoin in need nach peso nan de chigi yan hich ta alia nil konel na ein khachetet an hitoni di be dat indo ben nache ni hinan shata doch setan hitoni hot eran khatet khachetet ana abiche khachetet ani eran leden hot aba hoin sun hotet ni o eben dat je over zaak gaan edo lesse. Dat is als het dan zijn dat wat wat edo behannet zara edo shislak islara wat dat edo peso not dat wat aan heb ik gehad dat ook an need dot arot panash nishiki ninant ajabes has aniki esto yan dat don khaquin ina no ta nisa ara don khan ta kesa da nisa ishi da ashi ni ashi had city cost or she needs and quiet hot she still of course and I don't know la so la ajibes all cut all this halit out of the cut aro yinigeta iskato yinigeta do kato a commission card sabatada ni aro visita baka aro non I visita baka ko akone sto Division of Public Safety that Navajo Police that is the Isla Jesus Jesus Han dad nistor Jesus fixed down dad nistor no not tos isla aro so large that hagi but isla ni da in this da in the isla and the know what that asas pas kodi list da in na to list to kita ni the more that the appreciation so ila the slightly $2 aro to get slow ida lado aj salapa lado the Navajo Nation Resource Enforcement Department enforcement officers the Navajo Nation Police I that it not trust that see do she quite a not in speta has she needs and dol against our ashin job daily since you asked at never kaya Chicago so love at the ye pesto the pesto attendo the love at the hoist so and city honey ada and this and the anish and the nebiki testing got the art for out and then the has around the hatashi the anish the shnido na often hata the get nachapik it anshin lishati in kidon is in zala and hit the don ya and hit it nisa ne sa na height na for salia da nota etishnish the eben delnish ebini na hatni hot ela dol ya etole eben delnish nan ani opada job pa gonle nahanel ada bisnahas appagante akon le chasajinite kita na tin kwakin abin ada about dot as Navajo Nation Resource Enforcement right across from Black Hat there's that building that used to be Arts and Crafts building ajita the sign dish so asta aber has ada bitte das dann das biza in now has upon that upon that who is the ani as for never kaya Navajo Nation government there's a lack of office space ani is congress better has that's that trailer to be going this I don't that what the hot so yeah I guess no this need so yeah o yat eso yat eso and it's a hosting of the star is an nationality and the cake of in Bahman Ada.
Shall we get Begay? You have additional questions or follow-up questions?
Chairman, had a list that Nancy Mr. Shabala Shanala. The reason why I'm asking is that we really don't want to move forward by the program. And we don't want to really just start pushing and making policy change without major input recommendation by the higher echelon, knowing that if it's not going to be supported, so that way that there is support of these changes, so where as the authority, as an oversight committee, that they will move forward in this fashion. Coco to head up spouse and not to spouse and then it support in a what it don't inhibits what is the solution in resolving a lot of these the 52 PowerPoint that were being presented. I sure like to continue work on a lot of these issues with the program and especially the division director, that we move forward in resolving this issue. I could appreciate the response. Chairman.
Thank you, Delegate Begay. Committee members, any other comments, questions you may want to ask or speak to while we have Director Dr. Shabala on the line?
Vice Chair, this is Delegate Daniels.
Okay, Delegate Daniels, go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Arin the Chairman Arin the colleagues, RDC members, Shangi Kodo, Arin the Kisnahan, Arapan Blast, Kato Nana Kodo, Kisnahan, given Nashikoto, Adole, Panai is kids, Aronana Gates, Kato, same time. So, Kodo Nakait, Kisnahan, Maggie, I see by here, Kodo. The Division of Natural Resources, the Aronada in Nation of Resource Enforcement, Ajta in Michigan, Ms. Wilson, Ajal, Larunan, Betan, Michigan, Aronada Rangers, Sergeants, Kodo, Estoya, Kodo, Ado Kodo, Dr. Shabala, Kodo, Shashan Ash, Kodo, thank you for being on the line, Kodo, and that's the Kodo, the history is Metonana Kodo, the report that's given to RDC to Kodo by Net Resource Enforcement. A Kodo baby, history is Nekodo. I don't go a night day kid. I call Luda Konet say at the net to say Delegate K. Allen McGay Jr. Luda Konet night this kid. And that's the Kodo. So, yeah, night this kid, Kodo, a Benashik Kodo, Bansi kids, Kodo Kido. And the night this kid, so a Nancy kids, Kodo should say. I call Luda Konet night this kid. So, I need Kodo, Yego, it is unliquid. Kodo, that's just as Zingy, Aronan, Seed, Zingy, what they Ecuador, Western Agency, all the way to Eastern Agency, Kodo, my brother, Kodo, Delegate Freeland, J. Ajaman, because Kodo, Northern Agency, Kodo, I call we can't down there, I see Kodo, and how it's Kodo, they Rangers, go at the Quay days, Nation, Kodo, actually, Rangers, but the Haye, Aronan, Thousand, Assad, and Darkness. Kodat, Aronan, but not Lagita, 8 of Kodo, a Eastern Asia. So even as you go, Halita, by 8 or less. Halita, Kodo, Ayat, in this one, that's what I could Ban fi case to ko should say and I just kid ko na great 23rd Council Law and Order Committee to as should say as with that can de ho as an anish a day ya ko do asin for law as papa business na so ko na great division director Lenigate Mr. Delmar added the ko Chief Francisco business na so ko na great law beso this engage I kid o ya so iba de ho da ya down ko kati o ya honana atida khalita I ko na great and Rangers they lishgi ayat eho ko do peso so lagi ayat eho ba do ne so ta de baban sa ke so ko do ko do na great shna division director I see ko do ba ban on mission so yo ba ban sa ke so ko do ani hote ko na de shna ge jo ba shna da hallo so ke na le keda ko hot ko te ko adole beso najis so ya da hotel ten da se hawate that shi ho ko ya la just you hot ne se ho so it lot the cheat it is shadow it take it ko I see ko ba na oska ko da so sa Dr. Spala ko I see ko ba ben business I should say okay again later ya to ana anigi ya ko don later maybe drop legislation no da ko do jo ta ya na ko do o da tell the shi ko do ba ben business so that ko do so it is also ba ha speed or the ko I don't know ko don later resource enforcement as the initially rangers to na close day ikit as with that idea enough nasa uga ko magay fish and wildlife that ego arana forestry and nan sida so ida enough nasa arana magay da I can't call na gaida do indicate so that ida asin so sa tabanan siyo sa nako so ida I think ko to kalita ba dis ne sa ko to ayat da in next on this ko so to say aside about so I'm sure we're going to have another meeting on this but this is our second meeting with the Division of Natural Resources I don't know resource enforcement as I Michigan so nana country by Ben Nahoti maybe the timeline that yeah sin jondo let's go I don't Kwadon lays etibit at on Arunana as is kind of which in Antina don so at Cape on a thing that ya ship it but the Honet what I saying I saw oh yeah not for fear yeah I thought not so or you about that case Arunana Kodo at Asanahe oh yeah target on half because of this pandemic so Kade Kodo oh yeah now place Kodo Shin Kodo dam I think I don't let Benati Mexico I don't know you go but I de kid on the hazard paid on special duty paid at that Nagata CARES Act dollars Neligita Kodo Halan so Nagay resource enforcement as in Michigan the Quila is a had at Isla I don't know what that the Quila which Hodalia so what other because they were out there during this pandemic they out in the field working with people area about that case so I don't think it's another net they cut Denise this net or let's based on another net they so area only for over half feet or like should say Vice Chair thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Daniels, for your comments. Dos not Nancy, and Dr. Shabala.
Yeah, though, it's not us. To be in the sky, that best part of the yeah, it yeah, sad. It's a handy to issue. Better need it all this around the Natic, the other I see Basalara, though, or she is constable, though, if Zato in Antint, Iban Saskistal, though, Kodo Ibn Nash, Nanish bin Nadi, Nistolis, Ishashan and I.
Hello,
Oh,
back on the call. Yeah, I got knocked off here.
We can hear you.
Okay, so this is Vice Chairman Walker. Shana, Dr. Shabala, not Zahan Nancy, the snow yeni. Not Edens, it's in Clat Hanegi, ko Ad.
He already did, Vice Chair. He already responded.
Okay. Johat Elako. We ask Mike from Mike Halona, Mr. Halona from Land Department to also provide some responses. I would go back to Delegate T. Alan Begay, who had those specific questions or requesting some of the program management or directors to be on the call. So to your questions.
Mr. Vice Chair, before you move on to Mike Colonna, could I make a statement?
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Vice Chair and members of the committee, I just want to mention to you that this is our second meeting with the Division of Resource Enforcement. As I indicated, they gave us a report on February 24th. And at that time, we set aside today as a leadership meeting to continue their discussion. And initially, when they first requested for a meeting with RDC, they were really concerned with the certification of their rangers and also their enforcement issue and the adjudication through the judicial process. And so I plan to bring the Division of Public Safety, the Law and Order Committee, as well as the court administrator and the prosecutor's office to the table so that we would have a clear discussion on the enforcement issue. However, Ms. Wilson wanted to have another separate meeting with RDC before we did that. So today's meeting is her request to just have her do the program presentation to RDC. I invited Navajo Forestry Department to see if they had any comments to provide to RDC about their enforcement and how many citations were not accepted or prosecuted through the court system. So that's the reason why Alex is on the line, as well as Martin Begay's department. So the next meeting we're going to have will be a joint meeting with Law and Order. We will have, because Law and Order has oversight over judicial branch, the court system, they have oversight over the prosecution department, they have oversight over the Division of Public Safety, and that will be the reason why we will need to have a joint meeting, and we will present these concerns to their attention and begin addressing those issues. What we'll need from Department of Resources is that in order for us to move forward addressing their concerns on enforcement and the CODI system and the certification for their ranger through the Navajo Academy, is that we need data, the number of citations issued, the type of citation issued, the number of cases that were prosecuted, the number of cases that were declined by the prosecutor, the number of cases that were closed through the judicial process. So those are important numbers that we need from them. Back in under the 22nd Council, I was working with Law and Order. At that time, the Navajo EPA had the similar concerns with their enforcement issue through the district court system. So we addressed those through the providing data. And that is how Navajo EPA has their resource enforcement certified. And they carry firearms, and all of that was approved by the Division of Public Safety. So those the kind of data from the Department of Resources, as well as nomination forestry. So there will be a second meeting coming forth, and that will be a joint meeting with Law and Order Committee, just for your information.
Akoshi Johot Ela, Yesuna Hot, Anigi. Ishin Hot Edole, Toba Konitindole. So back to Key Allen Brigade, recap your question for Mr. Halona.
Yeah, Nana, Chairman, RDC member, staff and Sindigi, that's not get attend. Mr. Halona, appreciate you coming on to the call, Nana. I guess the main thing that we continue to be dealing with is my main point to the enforcement was that Joe Tipe has on it, so we have to enforce these particular area. The Machigo Kodo, he programmed IC Yalins and certain support to run the program effectively. At the same time, Bishbans another counterpart of the program, we implement these policies, which is, I'm sure, is for good intention. But what aimed at a lot of time, just like home site lease requirement to get a home, grave site, family issues, other grazing officials, farm board. You've heard about the situation in many farms regarding housing being built or have been built on farmland. Other grazing officials having to deal with grave sites and so on. So in part of your discussion, and I'm not sure if you've seen their 52 PowerPoint where it has outline of the enforcement issues, because what page or what slide do they become the enforcement issues again. So it lists administrative, civil, and criminal prosecution or enforcement. Because Dibe has on in Lingi, Anak, in your area, you're dealing with the land department. Akoko Halit Ale Ecuador Hajo Nana Giben Dale Nishki Honetza traditional bahasi immediate. So I believe that we really need to continue, modify, and resolve a lot of these policies that are in place right now. Ko ebe benashikoto ego e dikat ade dot on kitchena dot after today. Ice counter the legislation that's a drop that ya the dashi or request that ya go dashi be traditional kodo bahasi ko ebe benashiko la hit an hit sato dikat Rangers has Angie Sato Benastis because I believe the presenter had mentioned you several times, including Ms. Yazi, in working on a lot of these issues that they're facing. So, Chairman?
Okay, sounds like someone needs to go on mute. Someone on this call has their phone on, and we hear a lot of feedback here on our end. But not on it, so we appreciate if everyone can go on mute, except those that are speaking here. Mr. Halona, you have the floor now.
Vice Chair Walker, what did it
Oh, what did it
Resource Development Committee, honorable delegates, 24th Council, the RDC members, you didn't need the Bandat, enforcement, Salau. Bananishna teacher. Ados appenda to banda on hints on Zahod Jishako. Yat Ashi, Juno, High Landa has Johanna. According to Akon that Zada. Le 1980 at Tapahadest on it. Ita asati enforcement in the fish and wildlife parks besalada hodlong jenda ita at hosin to nitado DER host the division of the resource enforcement agency ilia what happened on the chance touching ilia ako out of the share what at a hand ya halit la halit diga do so na nesta ado yanle so ya ta haljani do dikodo nda hoiste do yin da nesta do hoje bikashi do the better hota tahire banana shinda ta no forestry do hota parts do hota ko ado peso bis anada ado develop anada area kunza hol just on 1000 dollars ko I can't lunch chain. I didn't kiddiki. I could never tell you. I tried to that's PG shot. But has on igi shot. I let Ela. I let out Ela do. Hatan la do. I even yet adlia. Do I learned do that or listen that so the hat not. I could do what you dust. I don't peso. Peso do didn't sit do. I sit in the cage store. You gender who is still Akopa Hashnetli. 1994 at 150 Nendadnish land administration no. Aro Navajo Land Department you'll see at the Stank Kadeya 27. I what I on the day need next to Miss Wilson Yahodne. And na peso. Kahakat a Honza Hodges. Within now she that's the other queen died in the story. Ede what the Hashins that I would on Niklado, or that's it that I caught with that. According homesite lease Akobau on Ainsley. Ako ya haleta yala do nebe nice on the bed no Honza Nasto the my halon at it no da. Ako ya tatali his question at 1953 at Navajo Nation Council, resident, home site resident permits, ayila. Ado 1958 na kans at say da in le kinda na shout yande ne which it order 1958 home site na kans art adolescent hoto ni art ekaya sa asin sjodi ki ni nebkaya sjodi ki art abkabe kasketo hoto ni ako APIA ta to ni district councilman lani iseto do district grazing committee do ye lani iseto le aro chapter do ye lani iseto no Punzation hall jish aro has on in das cons 1993 policy procedure hadadilia Ita Asian what on in late 2016 John Hall G. But has on it policy procedures, yeah. The hujum but hatten the naked a hush in the I say but what long thought need so la pan thought need get as ingi what thought need. I don't end that Washington Lobich not source what they general leasing regulation hatadilia no ya on hipete ini kati Washington BIA arcade kuna adi kuja on he big that need in the late on hip has on it net or late on he be landa ile to late Ada Washington di choco lance leo not sort of hodo late ko di ta be le ba be lana sling na kon it all record keeping been recorded as and lay Southwest Title Plant Albuquerque BIA yo swotiki what's been in 2016 that has on intersequence Benin nache has on he look at the gate no akutsa ado anda who is gigi last link ako halet to nitla ado anitla ya na hotna the net agent daj nish asa to ha chegi eshe khit aster to nit khish chi do lis nasto a khish kodita nenda khay na so shanle Shinadi da in kitchen na nesti da shcha hatzi na so shatan le ha ko which that sosaro shidnen but it dash snake nota nasto hot aro hot a kapina annash aro tahati tina ka tanda the padlock at the gates hot a hol jish na kina khara shin le now home mountain the hot on a conflict but not what in there is that stone thing though thing but what but that stone a hot at neck agent dodgeness a co hate to niche to hotna hate out at the niche a co deep has on in dock as at nina 2008 and 2006 and we started amending the regulations that has only but see lot or nicht that no I don't know who is the Peter I thought so I thought that how the neto the origin in the harsh be caught to nick harsh be caught origin in the caught the policy procedures be last lingy resolution number caught a yeah it's okay git no da ako ebenin la all resolution be khatat han lego I ask resolutions nas nila hata hisi nilo jo at the home site list be hata delia hona bita sitso unleno with that resource regulation resolution gelana aslan the buffer zone for Chaco Canyon, for Canyon de Chelly, hon då chon in då le kwaget då le khat ni ta no behas on ilga evi da sit so adon le keda da jeho eto ho one nas nil da to le Washington and no do land use permit even yenda Junle ade trahota aje inal topina hatasi kujido pitasi so could net in indo ho wani bit that igi at has ani hitasi nil jo hotsa ako katishi de hande hot khay bachida hati tino tas this ho shai khay indolnish hey ho to gas khay do ida de donil na chan hot late donil khay ako to that the land department hit that no ako 2016 adap has ani by yashtigi AP on that is compliance officer hot law do list what the hot how kunta ado list it not in other ne hot in khaylat in la idos kit they hat la hot in khayben hey oh ini hot law that's konal sosi yin lo and aro kodo khadedio listi ta o anila la di ta ya aro yado la pesha hatas la sada itahni nis nila the tonil eben in nature eba has ani on that because hey yes land lindo lechna Navajo police na resource enforcement na Ado but the thing allowed on Lini, wildlife enforcement officer, forestry enforcement officer. Jo has ani bana basella. Oh, they became law enforcement officers. Washington, the never Washington, but has ani each inigi yapanash nestoli nigo. Jo what ako what abe hadadat Ako di hot la compliance officers ato peso budget unmet needs accommodalia ako do opeta sklon le council jahati lo aten niro la 2020 FY 2020 at another seal Hastada needs and yabana anishto le one in each agency no. What are aiding in Najnishto le did least beta is anito hard la art atiba has anibayatel tiki burial sites, mission sites, tower sites. Ebe salagi enforcement ikicho attention hatna so. Akoti public hearing bansi kayata the homicide lease regulations na consent 10 years been the season public hearings the the shita area RDC the the work session area the end the bezla chapter got the DNR expo the land department summit area officials question 1200 la nasa natle which yate choti ta is ne hit commerce ta khait ada akot on the district the hodla aro hit on ya wonder ya nas khaila no ba ya atit to hot ada so ako na idensen khait ayan sakhe khait ajya go hage to bakata hage last to na hot so the number one enforcement. The Dasleo Isha enforcement that are shaking hit no Ebony Naibe has only be the seats. Ako what ako ya Honza Hodgish ako di hot in Hosalawich and no or ID ka Ela Hale Kayapa ya to shit that is civil. No the Nashgate Chow and the other ya hill cleatla. Disorderly conduct, no. I say the George dot listen. Acquire what Ado Yahede, but not so Pahal Tonzo Shan, or leaf. A fine schedule, fee schedule with the seats of regulations. John Lego to mobile homes in the years. Asa trade under asa asa. Ero taiti shun sheds las nedlig atela. On that only on that sa asa. Aro basa halle. Halle ta atos nitla kotota tida to. Jo atos nitla no. Transportation permit ba atelia. Krita mobile home shed hui ziso. Atsekwa dans khata nik ebeni nacha hunto zins bazen khago das zinzito khepat koi zinsikito belista tsahotlo ebeni na lista liski eya ebeni nacha sto khohya hatol sto le Washington honne service line agreement ki Washington CFRB so authorized occupant ne ahot ad yanne Ako ebeni na stotan. Atten oda tse se do ne do oda tse se do da tse sa ho do le sto ne se sketchen da ne sto kita hil in do le. Ako hot ego da wan sa ha case. Ako sa da tse bi na da do so di do le da he da ba tin do set na change do chita do digital costa. Do that is don nista. So what that and Aslatoha Ajik Adhot Shiprat. Quab Bumbagaranda go Viga Hone Tindonly, but net the A what our trader bunny things, but ma natsa. A cook cut a Benna and Law or Tane Clandestine. Aro Kujanana. When ranchi asa on the khada go anati tris kunna edo na hot et lo chokit na suddenly court in the asta yahid on ta dot that ahosh and dot that do ni lat are ha question restraining order la pana al te ho judge sang chenata hasna are da yapa would not it ischa are at khasan taro da shit no da ha in san khita to nisba has ani la in shon qata ni ako hota go shin atesne nan has ani do net that eta churda hit ne stop commission at then you're not a full-fledged law enforcement officer a judge yago ya donan tlaw na sosne to le nebchenda ho is tige ba to what Obeja ha o zin da ada behodlin jobs. Hotosh kate do tati kareda a slate do nitli pa hote chi do lisa kuteta a cheheta on kuteta ni of cho say a shodin hit no da the neta has na a wish shin atati ne khait a yago yat to le to hago na hashin ta ne Ako do on hide yata forestry just install with the fish and wildlife just install with the Department of Agriculture install with the aslaho is law object at not a stranger. What the house a condemn nation sagi ako ya do kujo what on nista do no clota hashin such and what do le aro in the show Dia do just eat a lot. Dia do just eat a lot. But the nose thing, saying what I sip that na show what a court. Hidden ya, eta yokate enforcement hat na. Grading officials Sean hit kaho home but kaho tati work session with each agency what that need enforcement at 10. Ben itendo so quantinanish what no so yapa has on in hasilla ako enforce me bad don't bahasa thanigi do page bahasa anigi ya indulge nesha attention done ako what ako she so has sit or later I hope I answered all the questions Then I don't know what that I don't know what that's it's sound. What that I lost his head or
Thank you, Mr. Helona. He's out. Oh, you're going to join. How do you? You band this is not either. I would leg Taho eda net to ba consunda. Taho it way about the sun nata and the go in la go here. Ado abik dasa ado the quishing. Benahini degi edo Ishjana in la ko certainly has relevance to today's presentation by Pope Wilson. He did a let PowerPoint presentation to Ibikahoyi Khane. And so diet kidney did no. So we take liberty to ask questions, and that's what leadership does. Not on it nebenant ko jono tibik on hit named as I had issue night dish kidneys and he had night dish kilonits and so ado night hot hikita the katahi nesio hot the jonahat at ko not oh ishi orient hot abel ikita hot adole ikita jol ko ba hela. So the presenters that are still awaiting also, there are a few more presenters, the committee members, other delegates, the division staff, legislative council, office of speaker, as well as our own staff. Yeah, we're hanging in this far in several hours. On this call, so time well spent. Ado and the chairman that's Gabanan Sting Oya, Janan Hodlanon, he told me, Benna, the Easons, no, so either Abba has a Ahadot, Zito Kodota, and the note that what out, Ebe Havasil, it's not in the Shikoho here. If there are no other questions and comments, we're I guess as we go along, we're thinking of solutions, possible solutions, things to that are within our means or our authority. I guess as an oversight, legislative authority. Ben anishiki HUD ado o nkilhan echo ado instead is what on the hard car caution and go here. Ado Tiliki Ellen, those night to the other committee members in Chido. He gets Freeland, Daniels, Stewart, Ado Chair. At then, Ms. Wilson, let's go back to you. Continue the PowerPoint presentation.
Thank you, Vice Chair Walker. Moving on, we'll move into right-of-way fences and cattle guards now. Right-of-way fence and cattle guards, livestock on the right-of-way have always been an issue for our department. However, the majority of these fence lines are covered with brush, debris, and sediment. In some areas, majority of the fence lines are buried, which makes it very easy for livestock to walk over onto the right-of-way. The majority of these fences are BIAs. DRE is not the only department dealing with this. Public safety is dealing with this issue as well. Most cattle guards are filled with sediment and are in need of clean out. Livestock owners do what they can to repair fences, but most of the time fence equipment are too expensive and they don't have any equipment to make the repairs. So what we are going to try to do here at DRE is do an inventory along the highways to see where we see there's a need to either have sand or debris moved away from the fence lines, if there's cuts in the fence, or if we have cattle guards that need to be cleaned out, or out some roadways, entryways into their homes don't have any cattle guards at all. We're going to do an inventory and see if we can work with the local chapters. I know some chapters have passed chapter resolutions requesting maybe State of New Mexico or New Mexico DOT to have cattle guards installed for those residents. So we're going to do an inventory on our side and see if we can work with NDOT, Navajo Nation NDOT, along as New Mexico DOT, to see if we can try to fix some of these fence lines. I know we did contact Jerome Willie here at Fort Defiance Agency for BIA, and he said he did have fencing materials. We would just need to make a request for him and let us know exactly what area those fencing materials were going to be used at. And we at DRE are going to try and hire temporary staff to go out and fix those fence lines that are in need of repair. But that's what we see with that and with cattle guards. And then moving on to animal damage. These reports are very common, and primary reason for these attacks and loss of livestock is lack of responsibility on the livestock owner's part. In almost every incident, this is the case. The owner lives not at the sheep camp but elsewhere, and the livestock are left unattended overnight, and on their arrival, the dog's responsible is unknown, but it's always some neighbor that gets blamed. Where the dogs are located, and the excuse is that it's not their dogs, but a family member who brought the dog and left it. Rangers document the incident for the owner to pursue restitution in civil court. The majority of the time, the owners will not pursue restitution because it is a relative or afraid of retaliation from the neighbors or the other party involved. Animal control is called to pick up the dogs. Often it takes animal control a week or two to pick up the dogs, and in the meantime, the dogs attack the sheep again. Since we don't have a prosecutor who will assist us in prosecuting these violations, the livestock owner is advised to pursue the incident in civil court due to the prosecutor telling DRE they will not pursue dog cases in court, period. And this is the option offered for recovery of restitution by the livestock owner. Citations for dogs killing livestock is a civil matter between the livestock owner and the dog owner. The livestock owner is responsible for filing a small claim with their district court. And all we do is the offense report, and that's referred to animal control. But oftentimes, as we said, the livestock owner doesn't want to file charges because most of the time it's a relative or a neighbor, and they just don't want to pursue it. But as Sergeant Phillips highlighted, that we all know sheep run about $200 on up, and that's a way of life for our Navajo people, and a lot of these elderly. They choose not to prosecute these cases. Does anybody have any questions?
Committee members, questions? Or Ms. Wilson? If not, go ahead, proceed, Ms. Wilson.
Thank you, Vice Chair Walker. We'll move on to grazing and land use permits. This has become a significant issue, I'm sure, not only for us, but also for Department of Agriculture. But the different issues that we come across regarding grazing and land use permits is non-compliance. The individual doesn't have an up-to-date tally count regarding their grazing permit, non-renewal of state brands. I've received a number of letters from the BIA indicating that the grazing permit holder has not renewed their state brand, and the no current tally count, and overstocking on the land as well. And I guess our concern here is that how can we work on this? How can we work with Department of Ag and the grazing officials to do enforcement on these types of issues? And then there's a state brand versus the grazing permits, cancel permits, probate permits. Bureau of Indian Affairs is issuing a permit with a stamp. The original permit is in probate, so they just put a stamp on a Xerox copy of the permit and then just say that in lieu of original, this is what they're using. And there's no proof of ownership regarding NPL along with cancel permits, no permits, bill of sales, no way to authenticate the legal purchase, notary signature is not signed. So when BIA issues these letters, saying, some of them will say that the permit is in probate status or it was gifted to a certain individual and they're waiting for the biological review to be done by Fish and Wildlife. As far as I know, it's been years that some of these permits are still waiting review for the biological review by Fish and Wildlife. I don't know if that's something that the nation is looking at resolving down the line or where we're at in that process, because when that letter is issued, it says that they're going to use this grazing permit or this letter to show proof of ownership for this livestock. And it's only going to be used as a tool to authenticate ownership when they are selling livestock. But when we impound livestock, they give them the same letter and they tell them, you know, go ahead and retrieve your livestock. But our issue is that essentially they don't have a valid grazing permit because it's still in probate status or it's still in awaiting the biological review portion of it. So they don't have a valid grazing permit, so they shouldn't have any livestock grazing upon the land. So I asked BIA, who gave you this authority to issue this letter saying in lieu of an original grazing permit that we can use this to authenticate ownership? But I never received a response back from them. Another issue is the cancel permits. There are quite a few of the cancel permits, and I don't know if there's a time limit to reissue those to the permittees or what we're doing in those cases. But we have a couple scenarios that we put down just on stuff we're dealing with, so you can kind of read through those. Like grazing dispute, you know, neighbors threatening each other, grazing permittee complaining about their neighbor chasing their sheep, cattle, and horses around and blocking road access to certain areas, grazing permittee saying neighbor has threatened violence against them, grazing permittee said neighbor is killing their cattle and horses, but these incidents were never reported or are being reported until after the fact, several weeks or months later. And then when you interview the neighbor that they're complaining about, the neighbor complained that the grazing permittee is overgrazing, has been using a grazing permit that is from another grazing district. Grazing permittee is allowing their cattle and horses to come over to their house, causing damage to their home and vehicles by the cattle and horses rubbing on the house and vehicles. Neighbor says that the grazing permittee are the ones threatening violence because we chase their cattle and horses away from our house back to their home. Neighbor has been telling the grazing permittee about the damage the cattle and horse have been causing, but refuses to keep watch over their cattle and horses. So these are just recurring scenarios where we go out, you know, we talk to them, let them know what's going on, and then it just keeps reoccurring over and over and over, you know, kind of like Mr. Halona said, that it's neighbors, it's families fighting, and since everybody's been home due to COVID-19, we've seen an increase in these type of incidents where neighbors and family are fighting with each other. Is there any questions on that section?
Questions, committee members? If there are no questions, then let's proceed forward. Ms. Wilson?
Thank you, Vice Chair Walker. We'll move on to prosecution. This is related to the issue we talked about earlier. We can provide law enforcement out there. However, if the cases are not filed in court and the violators are not prosecuted by the judicial system, we are essentially wasting our time. On the Navajo Nation, the criminal justice system does not exist. Prosecution, citations related to natural resource crimes should be presented in court and should not be set back for 2 years passing the statute of limitations. In the past, rangers issued citations, and after 2 years, they were returned due to lack of service by public safety. The DRE has authority to serve court subpoenas and summons and can assist the office of the prosecutor with this task so prosecution can proceed instead of dismissing the case due to lack of service by public safety. And we attach some citations as well as the case summary that's submitted back to us by office of the prosecutor. For the first one, it was regarding manufacture, possession, sale, or use of fireworks. And the reason below states it was not prosecuted due to the statute of limitations expired. And the next one was unlawful introduction of livestock on Navajo Nation without a valid Navajo Nation grazing permit. And once again, it says not prosecuted, statute of limitations expired. The next one was established ownership of livestock, not prosecuted, statute of limitation expired. And the next one is, it was persons under influence of intoxicating liquor or drugs and public intoxication. And it says not prosecuted, needs certificate as a peace officer. So this is what we're referring to when we talk about the prosecutors not recognizing rangers as law enforcement officers. So if you go to the next slide, it also talks about prosecution. We have 3 cases that are at the prosecutor's office since 2013. The livestock were seized and they were eventually sold. However, the funding from those sales have come back to the nation, and they're just sitting at the Office of the Controller in a miscellaneous ledger since 2013 because there's no disposition on these 3 cases. They're all at the Office of the Prosecutors, and we don't have anything from them, so that money is just sitting there until we figure out what's going to happen with them. Any questions on that section?
Ms. Wilson?
Thank you, Vice Chair Walker. The next 2 sections is regarding grazing officials. We realize here at DRE that we need assistance from grazing officials. We work with them on different levels, on different entrapments, roundup, right-of-ways, issues and stuff. So what we started to do is we started first with Fort Defiance Agency District Grazing Committee. And in February 14th of last year, that's the wrong date, we provided a training scenario to the Fort Defiance District Grazing Committee, and we asked them to fill out their tally counts, and we asked them to notate their notice of violation, the bottom portion of the livestock tally count. And we sat down with them, had good discussions with them on training and how to properly complete a tally count, any notice of violations they have, and we told them that, if they have questions or concerns to come meet with us, the sergeant for the district will be willing to go out and meet with them. If they have issues or concerns, if a particular livestock owner is unwilling to do a tally count, we would send a ranger out there with them to help them complete their tally count and to also show them how to properly complete the notice of violation. So a lot of the Fort Defiance Agency DGCs, they really liked the training we had provided to them. And then we went back out there again in September of last year, and we provided them some information. They requested a presentation. So we provided them a presentation regarding the executive order, the Stage 2 fire restriction, and the Supreme Court case regarding livestock and the right-of-way, which ultimately states that it's the livestock owner's responsibility to repair any breaks in a fence if that they are aware of. But I also shared with them email requests for service because we have a central dispatch section here at Natural Resources, and a lot of the calls are still going to DNR administration or coming directly to our office here at Resource Enforcement. And we're trying to let everybody know that they need to call DNR Central Dispatch because the dispatchers are there longer times of the day besides the administrative office that is open. So we shared that information with them because I was even getting email requests, but a lot of these email requests for service were in my spam folder because the Navajo Nation has a system where you have to authenticate the email addresses for individuals that are sending emails. And so I kind of shared with them 3 different email requests that I received. One was forwarded to me from Dr. Shabala, which was forwarded to him from a council delegate. One was sent to me directly from a grazing official, and another one was sent to me from Department of Agriculture, one of their extension agents. And, in these requests for service, they're just really vague information, like there's an in-law in Delcon who's bringing livestock from another agency and someone needs to address it. That was the nature of the complaint. And we requested for more information, but we never got any other information. So those kind of requests for service, I just shared with them, what I receive, and that they need to contact Central Dispatch. So that way there's an immediate response, a log number is created, and then when a ranger, that information is sent out to a ranger, so a ranger can respond within a timely fashion. But I shared with them that if they sent me an email and their email address isn't authenticated in the system, it sits in the spam folder for maybe 2 weeks, a month before it's even addressed. So we're sharing information like that with them. We haven't gone back out due to COVID. I know the district sergeants have tried attending some of the other agency meetings that the district grazing officials have, and I'm encouraging them to attend those meetings so they become aware of what's being discussed, you know, at the agency, district grazing official level, and then see how we can work with them to address some of these issues that we are. The next one is grazing officials' requests for service. I am receiving a number of requests for service from grazing officials. Department of Agriculture does have an administrative dispute resolution process regarding land grazing and farming disputes. There have been at least 2 cases that have been forwarded to me from the grazing officials requesting assistance from us. So I've asked Department of Agriculture if we could have copies of the hearing decisions that were made from the DGC level so that we could have that for our information when we go out into the field to talk with the grazing officials to see what type of assistance we can provide. However, I never receive a response back from Department of Agriculture from Mr. Watchman as to whether or not he can provide us this information, or that's something that's kept solely for their information. So we tried to work with Department of Agriculture. We tried to set up a meeting with them where I would bring in all my staff and then he could bring in all his staff, and we could have a discussion as to exactly how we can help each other and how we can try to address some of these issues out there. But it just never happened. It just never came to fruition. We couldn't agree on the agenda items and stuff. But another tool that I'm thinking of using with the grazing officials is that here at Resource Enforcement, we have a SharePoint site, which allows us to post everything, like this PowerPoint presentation, I can post on the SharePoint site, and all staff will have access to it. They can download the information, they can read the information, different things, and it's not necessarily where they have to email me directly and say, Ms. Wilson, I need a copy of that presentation, can you send it to me? So everything is posted on the SharePoint site, and then they can have access to it. So I'm thinking that maybe DRE is going to set up a separate SharePoint site for our staff and also for grazing officials, where we can post notices like the Stage 2 fire restrictions or community information that should be getting out there to the community levels, and hopefully the grazing officials can access that information and they can share that information with their constituents out there. And that's all I have. That's the end of my presentation. Any questions?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Wilson, for the PowerPoint presentation. That's a lot of information, a lot of effort, obviously, put into creating the presentation itself. The information is just quite a bit. Shananta, we are at the end of that presentation, and questions and comments. Shananta, are you still on the line?
Honorable Vice Chair Walker, this is Delegate Nez. I'm still listening, and I'm also listening on a different meeting too. Thank you.
Okay, good.
Vice Chair.
Thank you for
Vice Chair.
Yes.
Daniel's still here.
Okay.
Okay, I'm here. Freeland.
All righty.
I'm here to ask. Sure.
All right, committee members, appreciate your responding. Are there any questions, comments? The PowerPoint presentation given. I know we've been asking questions, making comments since this morning. So that's the ideal kids. So okay, go ahead, Shiga.
Again, Ms. Wilson, thank you. Kunzal will just show his whole that though, and his now as far as your department goes, auto in the Hinan Shadas in Nikita. I've always been one to say that within a program, there needs to be collaboration from all departments. And I think that for me, that would be the easiest way for a program to work. You have enforcement. Auto, we have EPA enforcement. Although only he introduced the lado, and then we have Shanam Mr. Lona, so Auto Kodos Nana Mr. Shabala, so Division Director Linigi, so a lot of CT. The other enforcement, grading officials, the farm board, a Haitian Ajigate Igi, Hashet Aldo, his the Hosnet, the his Dashnista. These are just, it's the same wheel turning in all these areas. I asked there was a fund management plan. Again, there's no fund management plan. So how are these monies out of it? There was livestock that was sold. Where's the fund management plan for that? Where's the purpose of that going to go to? BIA so a grazing permit nana so the hit down a RDC a legislation and not could they now say to give to all farmers and ranchers whether they have a permit or not. Yeah, nah. On that side, the Department of Ag so watching the staff from the get on there. Only to permittees on it. But BIA doesn't even have those permits in order. The Department of Ag doesn't even have those permits in order. So with that, all these areas are being addressed. Although BIA, so or BIA, they're supposed to be monitoring and managing the fence line. So last week, subtly with NDOT. Mr. Clarence Sosi. He has funding now for that, for this BIA district creation. So he has employees out there doing inventory on the fence, doing inventory on cattle guards, doing inventory on signs, roadside guards, they're doing inventory on that so they can get those materials to start those projects this summer. And that's coming in from Lupton, going all the way down towards Sweetfield. And so there is some progress in different areas, but it's slow. But what I would like to see is that whole department, that whole division on that side to sit down and say, this is what we're going to present. Not to say, it should be a collaboration to say, we're going to work together, we're going to collaborate, we're going to do this, we're going to enforce this. And then also to bring in the law enforcement. There's different areas that we talked about today in this big old web that has been presented. It's just this whole thing needs to be brought back in together, back through the division, and to be presented again to those employees there and those department managers, program managers there, with the oversight of the division director to say, this is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to do it. I think that's the only way to me. And I say I think because I'm not the division director. All I'm hearing is what is being presented right now, and I'm giving you my feedback. And honest feedback is what I'm giving you to say that this is probably what needs to be done.
Delegate Stewart, any other comments, questions for the presentation?
Chairman Callan. Ready for another 3-hour question responses here. Maybe just do a task list. The main areas or the main areas that I've talked about. I'd like for the make a recommendation for RDC to move forward, getting the resource administration level for now. That will equip them to do the enforcement issues. But at the same time, Mr. Halona and other area will continue to be working on discussing a lot of these areas that we need to resolve. A broader cooperation really needs to be done to resolve a lot of these across jurisdiction that's earlier within the programs. But in the meantime, equipping the resource enforcement program, the office situation, the payroll, the funding allocation, and the vacancies. Not necessarily for me to say that it should come out of the for the pay raise. It doesn't necessarily have to be out of the personal lapse fund. But how is it that we can increase and advocate for the additional fund for this year, and then come in 2022 based on what we've add on that's how we can advocate for the additional increased funding. So if the human resource is online, maybe get a response from them or make a directive that will proceed in moving forward, asking maybe for legislation for salary increase. Chairman, that's what I'm making recommendation.
Okay, so legislators need legislation that legislations that are going to improve programs or correct be legislative fixes to bring about more funding departments programs but it sounds like we certainly stand ready to provide that legislative steps or measures to address the list of items that were presented today. Some of that required legislative action, legislative changes. Division director, of course, this requires more meetings, more dialogue, more identifying the needs and then identifying the solutions to those needs. So there are a lot of unmet needs. So what the I guess we're at the right place. We're with the right people here in this call to do what's necessary to bring about better services, better programs, more funding or adequate funding, I should say. Advisor on the other parts of today's agenda. What's your advice to the committee? We have two more individuals listed.
Vice Chair Walker, this is Hope Wilson. Could I say something real quick?
Okay, Ms. Wilson.
I have a staff member, one of the sergeants wants to add some comments, sir.
Okay, says Johnny. Let's hear from our advisor who provides guidance to the committee on next steps. If need be, of course, there will be next steps. So, advisor.
Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, that would be your call, Shija. Vice Chair Walker, if you are almost near your completion of the agenda, then maybe you could just request the staff to summarize their report from here on out, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we have Martin Begay listed from Tribal Parks to speak about enforcement in that department. Although we have Gloria Tong on the agenda to speak to the Department of Fish and Wildlife enforcement. On the agenda. If they are still with us, we would certainly like to hear from them, just summaries of their comments, maybe their how they received the report and how they may respond to these issues identified. Before we do that, let's go back to Ms. Wilson, and I think she has a ranger on the line that wants to say a few words to the committee. Ms. Wilson.
Good afternoon, honorable members of RDC. My name is Stanley Milford Jr. I'm a sergeant with the Navajo Nation Rangers. And I just want to make a comment. I've worked for the department this year for 23 years straight. And to me, you don't have a harder working group of people than Department of Resource Enforcement. These people are dedicated to their enforcement of the law and serving the Navajo people. And since like 1993, this department has gone from nearly 50 rangers down to 9. And if you consider the size of the Neville Reservation at 27,000 square miles, with 9 rangers, you're basically covering an area larger than the size of Delaware. And when you consider they not only cover the natural resources, but at times they're responding to calls like Amber Alert for the protection of our nation's children. Years ago, they didn't have to deal with drug trafficking, gangs, human trafficking, and things like this. And I just would like you guys to take that into consideration. You know, if you consider we have gone from 50 down to 9, the workload of each ranger has only grown exponentially every year. And this idea of doing more with less, like our director said, it only goes so far. So I just want to make these comments at this time. I feel it's kind of relevant in this situation. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments, Mr. Milford. Yeah, also for the work that you do, services that you provide, as well as other rangers. Somehow the number, that's just mind-boggling to think. How do we get to this point? 50 rangers then being reduced to just only 9. I guess for my internal processing, I need to know how did the nation get to this point, and then the turnaround, like some of the committee members have spoke and wanted to do more, bring back more resources, more personnel, more funding, better equipment, and so forth. We want to go back in the other direction, building the capacity of the agency. No doubt we need the support and services from law enforcement types, whether they're fish, wildlife, and in this case, resource enforcement. But that's why we're here. We were elected to be problem solvers, and we can voice concerns of our constituents, no doubt. But we put on our problem-solving hats. I think, and then combined with the departments and programs, then we owe it to the people. We owe it to ourselves to try to make things better. And I appreciate the comments, Mr. Milford, Ms. Wilson. This time I wanted to call for Mr. Martin Begay, Navajo Parks and Recreation. Shana, are you on the call, Mr. Begay?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay, the enforcement within the tribal parks realm, within your department, enforcement by Yakti out of the role of Navajo Rangers. Mr. Begay.
Kashina, thank you. Yeah, I did listen in this morning with Ms. Wilson's presentation, and I had to leave for a while, but I'm back here now. And I do agree with everything that Ms. Wilson went over this morning and until this afternoon. And I can say that I agree with her statement that they really are being underfunded. and understaffed. And because of a variety of reasons why that is. And the getting is just Angi Parks and Recreation. We do have on board right now, we do have 4 park rangers, and their main responsibility and work is with the tribal parks. The main ones that we have are Four Corners Monument and also Monument Valley, Lake Powell, Antelope Canyon, Little Colorado River, and Bull Canyon, Pasaya. So with those major parks, there are other minor parks like Window Rock Tribal Park, and then also we also have a location over in Chinle with the Kennedy Shane campground. And so with that amount of coverage, just on the Western Agency, we have over 2 million acres of tribal park. And there's only one ranger that's part of stationed there. He's a ranger sergeant, but he covers the Western Agency and constantly on the road, patrolling the backcountry and also the tribal park facilities and that we have out there. There are other rangers that work from their home area. They go out to the other parks, Monument Valley and Four Corners Monument, and then also to the smaller parks and check on those parks and also the buildings and resources and so forth. So that takes up a lot of travel. And so we are also ourselves understaffed because in order to cover those parks adequately, I think we probably need at least 3 more park rangers, maybe another ranger sergeant to cover the eastern area. And that would provide the coverage that we need to really do an effective job of protecting the resources. So our funding is primarily is from our Parks Enterprise Fund, which is a proprietary fund. And the only problem with that is that, as I explained in our other meetings with the Resources Development Committee, is that we operate on the revenues that we generate. And for the last year, the tribal parks have been closed since last March. So it's been 1 year. And during that time, we have not generated any kind of revenues from the parks. So our funding was cut from what it was before by about a third of what we had been receiving. It's from about 8 million down to 5.6 million, which caused us to lay off or furlough some of our staff. But we were able to keep the rangers on full time. And with the COVID emergency, they are also required to assist the Navajo police with these checkpoints and roadblocks that they set up. And they help out there. And then they also help with the president's office delivering supplies to the people out there in the remote areas. And so it's taken up a lot of our time. But fortunately, with the closure of the tribal parks, there is not really that much visitor activity in the tribal parks, although there are continuing minor violations of visitors trespassing into the parks, climbing over the fences, going in after hours and stuff like that. So we try to maintain a constant watch on these areas, but with only 4 rangers, it's really a tough job to do. So The other thing is that if we do not get the funding again like we normally get because the park closures, we anticipate more furloughs, but we don't intend to put the rangers, park rangers on furlough because we do need them on the job, not only for protecting the resources, but also assisting where needed for the continuing COVID responsibilities. So we do have some issues with enforcement, as Ms. Wilson pointed out. We are actually not really able to enforce any violations, major violations by non-Indians. But the thing is, there really isn't that much problem with the visitors. It's actually the local people that live in these areas. We have instances of domestic violence, alcohol abuse, and speeding on the highways, on the roadways, and things like that. So we can issue citations, or we have issued citations for these types of violations, but normally we get the feedback from the prosecutor saying our rangers do not have authority to issue citations for Title 17 violations, and also Title 14, which is the traffic code. So that is a problem that we have. And the other problem we have is with the commissions. Our rangers do go through the training the same way with the resource enforcement rangers, and but once they do return, they are kind of limited as to what kind of commissioning authority they can get. And so our primary workload now is through the Title 19, the parks and monuments, and whatever regulations are in there, and also the various park regulations, policies that are established within these tribal parks. So that's where our situation is right now with Parks and Recreation. As Ms. Wilson pointed out, our pay standards are way too low, not only to attract more qualified and capable enforcement officers, but also to retain them in their positions for the amount of work that they are required to do, the workload that they have. So I just want to bring those out, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, and I'm glad that you're having this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Begay, for your information. Are there any questions for Martin Begay, committee members? There being no questions, let's move on to the next presenter, Fish and Wildlife. Gloria Tom, are you on the call? Navajo Nation Fish and Wildlife. Gloria Tom, are you on the call? If not, okay, so we are at the tail end of our agenda for this leadership meeting. So earlier mentioned in this meeting we had today a law and order committee.
on the enforcement aspect of these programs and these departments. Ordinance the oversight committee maybe we can add that on to tomorrow's agenda to put forth that request, and then our advisor can work out with the LOC advisor in coordinating a meeting. And I'm sure they have to approve their joint meeting as well. Although, of course, there were information that we would that we're interested in. Department of Personnel Management, Division of Human Resources, on the salary and performance issues identified today in our discussion, brought forth to us by the presenter, Hope Wilson. For them, based on the questions and based on the comments, I think we need to take a step in that direction to get more information. And then mentioned earlier, the BIA also, our trustee, usually they're on our calls. I don't know if they're on this call today. Although the Department of Agriculture, as far as the grazing issues, though livestock, though right-of-way matters, as we heard about today, those are issues. So we could request responses from them, written responses. Of course, we can always invite them to future leadership meetings or committee meetings. I think we should wrap up here. It's been a long day, a good presentation, lots of information, lots of questions. Although certainly we have our need to do lists as we identified. Any other questions, comments from the committee? Although advisor, though, you have anything to advise us on at this point?
Mr. Vice Chair, the request to schedule the joint meeting, I will work on that with Ms. Lorraine Spencer, who's the advisor for law and order. I sent her an email requesting what days they have open on their calendar to meet with RDC. Once we have that scheduled, we will arrange that meeting date. I will try to get this meeting dates information so that we can schedule it on RDC's agenda on Wednesday. Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Ms. McGee, for that information. And yes, we will certainly follow up on that Wednesday at our committee meeting. I guess in closing, Nana, presenters, Ms. Wilson, for the presentation, and your department. They're the personnel that are on the call, the sergeants, and then the rangers. The invited presenters too, land department, Division of Natural Resources, and of course our own Office of Legislative Counsel, Speaker's Office, OPVP, again, committee members, the legislative staff, for having this leadership meeting. Are there announcements anyone would like to make? Any announcements? I know we have another leadership meeting tomorrow. We have a leadership meeting tomorrow set for 9 a.m. Congresswoman from New Mexico.
Chairman, Vice Chair.
Yes, yes.
That call you're referring to tomorrow is just a brainstorming call. It's not with the Congresswoman.
Okay. Correct. I stand to be corrected there. Office of the Speaker, thank you, Delegate Freeland. Any other announcements? Honorable Vice Chair Walker, this is Delegate Nez. Request to speak. Yes, sir. Chair Nez. Go ahead. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, honorable members of RDC, Mr. Walker, for facilitating the meeting. It allowed me to attend a very important meeting that I needed to be on also. So I appreciate it, and I did listen in and heard most of the concerns as well. So moving forward, I believe we'll have some other recommendations coming from Law and Order Committee as well when we meet with them. So I just want to say thank you to Ms. Hope Wilson and the staff as well. Our own staff as well, also Ms. Shani Begay, Teresa. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Chairman Nez. Today's leadership meeting. Everyone, again, thank you. And then, as always, be safe out there. As always, take care. And we'll see you perhaps tomorrow. Have a good day, everyone. Thank you. I'm signing off.